Hello, how are y'all? The banner back up there now. Gigi, apple dumpling. Thank you, apple dumpling. Al Bundy. Thank you. Good to see you. Daniel, kiss off. Yeah, the picture. Um, so I went live because a lot of people are still asking me how my mother is. And for those that don't know, she did pass away. And so I haven't been going live. Last night, Carl, thank you so much. Carl did a 10-hour, I think it was 10 hours. I don't know how long it was because I fell asleep. And thank you, Carl, for letting me fall asleep on your panel. It was so comforting to hear familiar voices that I just calmed and slept really good for a change. So this is just to share a little bit about my mom with y'all. One of my first memories is a song that we used to sing together to the radio, top of our lungs, just like I did with my kids. So I'll share that with y'all. Some of you may know it, and some of you might not. I mean, she did listen to old music, so here we go. And thank you for being here. You feel asleep too. That's great, Al. And you know what? That's what I've heard people say, that they've fallen asleep here a lot. But if somebody's voice can be that comforting to you, then it's all worth it. Okay, here's one of the songs.
When you're alone and life is making you lonely, you can always go downtown. When you've got worries, all the noise and the hurry seems to help, I know. Downtown, just listen to the music of the traffic in the city. Linger on the sidewalks where the neon signs are pretty. How can you lose? The lights are much brighter there. You can forget all your troubles, forget all your cares. So go downtown. Things will be great when you're downtown. You'll find a place for sure downtown. Everything's waiting for you. Don't hang around and let your problems surround you. There are movie shows downtown. Maybe you know some little places to go to where they never close. downtown. Just listen to the rhythm of the gentle bossa nova. You'll be dancing with them too before the night is over. Happy again. The lights are much brighter there. You can forget all your troubles, forget all your cares. So go downtown, where all the lights are bright. Downtown, waiting for you tonight. Downtown, you're gonna be alright now. Downtown, downtown. Downtown, and you may find somebody kind to help and understand you. Someone who is just like you and needs a gentle hand to guide them along. So maybe I'll see you there. We can forget all our troubles, forget all our cares. So go downtown, things will be great when you're downtown. Don't wait a minute more. Downtown, everything's waiting for you.
Yeah, same here. Now, during that time, we lived in San Francisco, so I guess that was a big song there. I don't know. I remember us singing it in the car, probably on my way to get my stomach pumped or stitches in my chin or who knows. Had a lot of those little accidents when I was a kid. Yes, I lived in San Francisco from age 1 to 5, and there's not a whole lot of it I remember. Yeah, maybe that's about it now. Um, I remember the old cars. I remember the earthquakes. Goodness, never forget the earthquakes. Um, I remember getting my stomach thumped. I remember getting stitches in my chin. And then we moved to San Antonio. And um, yeah, till I was 13. Then we moved to the country, and that's when the fun started. I mean, there was fun before that. We used to go roller skating. My mother put us on a bowling league. We were always at the bowling alley. Um, we would go horseback riding. Now, I don't want to be in California, period, but definitely not San Francisco, full of the homeless. Yep, not for me. Um, so let's see, then 13. She started us square dancing. And my mother, she was talented in very many ways. She was an artist. Um, I have a painting of one soup, I think that she did, and I'll try to show it. Um, really, yeah, all the time. Oklahoma, savagely good to see you. um, and she was a very good seamstress. I don't think she made this dress that I'm wearing in this picture, but there's another picture of me with a doll, and she made my doll and I with matching dresses. So for the square dancing, she made our dresses. Of course, we had to buy the petticoats. Um, so in looking up square dancing videos, it was hard to find one with petticoats. I don't know why, because that was the big thing, was to have petticoats. Hey, Blackbird, good to see you. Let me see. Where's a good square dancing? Oh wow, Gigi, that's pretty good. I love to sew. Um, it's been a minute, but yes, I love to sew. I'm not as good as she was. I'm not as good with the clothes. I design clothes, but I can't sew them. And the funny thing is, my granddaughter, the 6-year-old, started drawing dresses today, and I was like, oh, here we go. Another designer in the house. Oh, wow. Hilarious, too. Yeah. I don't think I've ever been to Los Angeles. I know when my father's mother would come to visit, we'd go to some kind of park, and I know that there was black bears there, but I don't remember it. I've seen pictures, but um, I don't know why I don't remember that. What are okay. Okay. Sorry about that. Um, did my mother wear a lot of dresses? Oh man, I, you know, it depended on the job, but yes, she mostly wore dresses. Um, and so did my grandmother. It um, that was a you dressed like a lady, you acted like a lady, you sat like a lady. Um, it was so. Of course, when I became a teenager, I rebelled in every way with the jeans and the patches and the Schlitz floppy hat, and it just, you name it. It was, yeah. We all become that rebellious teenager, right? And so, and then everybody was wearing jeans and t-shirts, and then I don't know when I started wearing dresses. Um, well, I know I did when I was about 24, 25, and I would change back and forth, working, chasing kids, whatever. It's easier. Jeans and a t-shirt. You don't care what barfs on you or what dirt you get into, whatever. But I love to dress up even then, and now it's like I don't feel like it's dressing up. a lot of my dresses are just t-shirt dresses. So don't go to the weird dark. Yeah, yeah. Sundresses, definitely. Oh no, Sean, that's sad to hear. That is so cool, hilarious too. Um, my mother didn't garden, my grandmother did. My grandmother had a humongous garden, and my brother and I would work it with her. And then that's good. Sewing is a good. I mean, I made all my curtains. Um, just things like that. If I need a new purse, I make it. If I um, it, there's people. If one family, their house burned down, and they brought me scraps of the little girl's blanket. They wanted me to see if I could make something out of it. They brought me one of the father's, the family's father's shirt that he had passed away, and they wanted me to make something out of it. And so I made a memory pillow out of the shirt, and then the child's blanket, that was tough. And I just started cutting squares and putting lace, and it it wasn't as big as it was to begin with, I'm sure, but it was still her blanket that she could keep. I don't know. So just sewing whatever I get in the mood for. But clothes, I can remember the first dress I made for a brother-in-law's graduation, and it worked, but it was not perfect by any means. Sean, I think it's the same everywhere. It is here in Texas. The big cities are just going downhill. It's so sad to me. The stockyards in Fort Worth were always a place that I love to go, and excuse me, it's changed so much. Yes, and hilarious too. That was us too. We had to wear a dress every day at school. Um, there were some Fridays, for some reason, we were allowed to wear a pantsuit, not jeans, but a pantsuit, stuff like that. Um, so this I'm not gonna play the music because it'll zap me. Hey, Blue, good to see you. Um, but this is kind of what the square dancing looked like that we did. I'm gonna mute it so I don't get clicked with that. Turn on. So that girl in the blue and purple, our dresses were shaped more like that, with the petticoats, flat shoes. So yeah, that was, and that's what my mother would make. Oh, and this blue one back here kind of looks like the skirts were full skirts with petticoats. Um, and everybody wore them. Nobody was dressed different. They weren't all exactly the same, but nobody was dressed differently. We had the little bloomers that went underneath so you didn't show anything spinning all around. And yep, that's square dancing. Okay. Y'all know what square dancing is. A lot of people had to do it in school. I did. Excuse me. Yeah, they were pretty. And so the clogging dresses were kind of the same. Our clogging dresses were blue denim, and the skirt looked like those did, but it it had a bib, so it was like overall looking top, but they were real nice looking, not just overall. Um, and I don't know if you've ever seen clogging, but let's see. Here's what clogging looks like. Oh, wait, I forgot to share. Y'all can't see it. Only I can. Deep. And clogging is such good exercise. And you wouldn't believe how old some of the people were that were doing it. And it's the saying was clogging is better than jogging because it's more fun, of course. And um, yeah, it's let's see how these girls do. They don't have the petticoats under theirs.
All right. We're going to do some foot stomping.
Don't want to get socked for that. Well, she looks like she might have a petticoat, but the little girls don't. The first time I saw that, we went to camp out. We had a travel trailer and belonged to a club, and we went to a square dance convention in Kansas City. And that's the first time we saw clogging, and we were hooked as soon as we saw it. It was like, oh, we have got to do that. they don't they don't kick as high as we did. Um, but yeah, it's with tap shoes, like they're kind of like tap shoes. They jiggle, so they make more of a jingly sound. I don't know. Um, yeah, I think the most embarrassing time was when my mother set up an exhibition in my hometown because we were used to doing exhibitions all over the place, but never at home. And it was in our old country dance hall with the wooden floors, no air conditioning, no heat. It was, um, and when we did that, of course, I knew everybody, and so it was like, it was embarrassing. Just because they had never seen it, and they were kind of like, whoa, what are y'all doing? Learn it and have some fun. I don't know. So, yep, we did the clogging. My mother always had a motorcycle, so we would take trips on the bike. Um, I would get so comfortable riding with her on the back of the bike that I could fall asleep. Pretty dangerous, but we did it. It rubs. Oh, really? I didn't know that. I thought it was kind of a mountain thing, um, like the Appalachians or something. I didn't know it was with the natives. Hmm, interesting. Yeah, it's it has gone nationwide, I think. Um, we do have some ladies that are in the parade sometimes for Christmas, and I think they're called clickety cloggers or something. And but they wear pants and they have Christmas lights running down the sides of their pants because everything's lit up with Christmas lights at our Christmas parade. Maybe that, did I say hello? Well, maybe that. And Broken Patriot, good to see you. Miss anybody else? Hmm, let's see what else. When we were cleaning house, um, music was always going. She would listen to Tijuana Brass. Um, I know there's more to that name, and I can't remember it right now. I think I might have something saved from Tijuana Brass. Um, hey, Pamela, good to see you. Clickety cloggers. Yep. Um, Charlie Pride, Jim Reeves. I saved some of those songs. I don't know how y'all feel about listening to music tonight. Um, I don't know. I just wanted to share some of my memories, the good memories, before I go out and stay with the family. Um, yeah, and it just I had planned to do this later, and then um, I felt bad that Dorinda didn't know. I, I really don't know how a lot of y'all found out. Um, I did tell a few people that I have their phone numbers, and um, then people started texting and messaging, and um, I'd see some in chat, but a lot still didn't know. So I was like, okay, I guess maybe I should do a live and let everyone know what's going on. And my stepmother has been amazing. All of my family, my dad's family, because of my dad's passing, and so soon later, my mother, that they're all worried about me. And I'm telling y'all, if if I didn't have faith in the Lord, I know He is carrying me right now. That's the only explanation I could think of. There's hard times, there's moments when I just lose it. There'll be something that I see of hers, or just something I think I want to tell her. I think that's the hardest part is you think of something you want to tell your parent, mother or father, and it's like, I just look up and I say, okay, I know where you're at and I know you can hear me. So that's how I'm getting through it. And friends, y'all have all been such good friends, and thank you for that. I don't know what I would do without y'all. um, love y'all too. Um, my friends here have been um, kind of distant, and I understand that. When my best friend lost her husband, it was, um, she was like, all these people coming up, it's just a constant reminder. And I said, I can imagine. It's, um, I can understand that. And so I think they just got, I don't know. I don't know what it is. Garrett, good to see you. Yeah, that's, that's good. See, 10 TV. Wow. Okay. I haven't talked to her in quite a while. Well, I appreciate that, Tian, if you're listening. Yes, that's true, Al. Um, and being here alone, I've been like just, ooh. And her dog, poor thing, she's having separation anxiety like crazy. She's got hot spots all over her. She took her to the vet, and so she's on medications, two different kinds of prescriptions. Um, she's looking better, but she's losing weight, and I don't know how she's losing weight because she's eating like crazy. Because I give her leftovers. I know my mother was used to giving her leftovers, and then I feed her dog food also, and she's eating all of it. And she's just, I know. And Garrett, I feel like she's, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with her. Yes, she's grieving with me. That's when I lost it today, Gigi. I was holding her in my lap and I gave her a hug and I was like, no, she left us both. And I said, no, she's still with us. And so we just sat out there looking at the hibiscus blooming and just hugging her. She sleeps right underneath me. Um, I didn't know what the hot spots. I just don't let her in my bed, and but once in a while, I'll. It just depends. It just depends on what she needs. I'm just trying to do whatever she seems to need. I'm not used to having her constant, but she's she's doing good. She's getting better, sort of. I guess. What was I going to show y'all? I know I said something. What? Yeah, that's. I don't think that love ever goes away. It's the memory sure won't. I mean, there's always going to be something that reminds you. Um, let's see. Well, that's a good one. Herb Albert and the Tijuana Brass. That's what they were called. No, that's not what I was going to play. It was the one by Southern Raised. Where is that? I have so many tabs put up here. Mm, I can't find it, but this is a good one too. Okay. And she loved to play hymns on the piano, so this is kind of like that. And thank you, Linda. It's one of my favorites. Um, yeah. All right. I'll share this song with you. What Corners Report? Good to see you. How are you? Okay, here we go.
Every blessing to my heart to sing thy praise. Streams of mercy never ceasing. Call for songs of loudest praise. Now my vision, oh Lord of my heart, not be all else to me, save that thou art. Teach me some melodious sonnet, sung by flaming tongues above, waking or sleeping, thy presence my life. I need thee every hour, most gracious Lord. No tender voice like thine can peace afford. How marvelous, how wonderful, and my song shall ever be. How marvelous, how wonderful is my Savior's love. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now this is my story. This is my song, praising my Savior all the day long. I need thee, oh, I need thee. Every hour I need thee. Oh, bless me now, my Savior. I come to thee. Here's my heart, Lord. Take and seal it for thy And if you think that I'm still holding on,
Yeah. I know they only sing pieces, but they're pretty good. Yeah. So is there anything y'all need to talk about? Well, we talked about everything with Carl yesterday. That was a long one. If y'all missed it, at Yorga's a mess. But he's funny. It was so good. Hey Chris, good to see you. Um, okay. I'm just gonna pull up a couple more. If anyone wants to come up and talk, let me know. I'll put the link in the chat. Um, well, Sean, I'm glad you're here, actually. If you saw the, oh, is he, Linda? Okay, I didn't even know they were live. It's good to see you. Okay, Sean, I get it. Um, and so I don't know if you saw the new intro or not, but I feel like now I don't really have to take care of anybody. And yes, it's a song. um, so I'm like going full on. Um, it's time to get our country back, guys. It's past time. Um, someone shared a video with me today. I'm not sure what I did with it. And no, it wasn't with me. It was Rescue put a video out today, and it has Trump from the very beginning when someone said something to him about presidency all the way to his inauguration in the things that he said. And I just, every time I watch that inauguration and he has those Marines standing behind him and he's saying, we are handing it back to y'all. I think that he really meant that. And I think that we were supposed to start doing something right then. Like then. And that's good, Gigi. And so I think that each one of us need to find a way to do that. Cash Kelly is on YouTube now. He is on Facebook. He's if y'all get a chance to listen to him, he's very positive. He puts out a positive message. He's his life story is pretty amazing. Yes, we are, Sean. If y'all get a chance, check him out. He's a good one. Good patriot. Good good positive message that he puts out. I think he's fixing to start on a new path, doing a radio show type thing, maybe. I'm not real sure exactly what he's got some new things in the makings. And I have requested an interview with him in 2 weeks, whenever I get back, or when my brother flies back. Everything is up in the air right now, so I don't know what I'll be getting into when he goes back, and I may have a house full of people living here. I don't know what's going to happen. We're just going day by day. Al, I so wish you'd come up here and talk to me. I understand that to a point that your trust in who? We are our country. So, it's up to us. We, the people. And that's why that's in the intro. Oh, hilarious. I know, sweet. It's... All right, time for another song.
Time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? If it hadn't been for Cotton Eye Joe, I'd be married a long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? If it hadn't been for Cotton Eye Joe, I'd be married a long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? He came to town with a fiddle in his hand, blacksmith's son and a lady's man. Sawing those strings played to love every beat. For miles and miles this song on repeat. If it hadn't been for Cotton Eye Joe, I'd be married a long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Cotton Eye Joe, I'd be married a long time ago. If it hadn't been for Cotton Eye Joe, I'd be married a long time ago. If it hadn't been for Cotton Eye Joe, I'd be married a long time ago. If it hadn't
Joe, I'd be married a long time ago.
Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Playing that five-string Johnny and no match. And Billy on that guitar, oh, what a catch. Slapping that upright, Big Jim could go low, but no one could compete with that Cotton Eye Joe.
If Cotton Eye Joe.
That was one of them that we applied to a lot. Yep, while you're bopping around. That's that group is Southern raised. They're really good. They're just really good with any song they do. Thank you. Schedule's kind of changed, and little one is still here, so you may hear her once in a while. I can't help you there, Gigi. You're going way out there, even for me. Oh.
Your bounce right back.
Okay, thank you. Yep, she's a barrel of energy tonight. You're going to ask my thoughts. Do you want to come out, Gigi? And just not knowing where I'm going tonight. Just kind of, I don't know. Oh, okay. I didn't know if you wanted to show it and get some ideas, or it, you come up with sign language, okay? However you want to do it. It is a blessing, Al. It absolutely is. She's my joy. I think it was hilarious too earlier. Say all you gotta do is look in the eyes of the family. Definitely. She keeps me going. And that's why I'm like, it's time for me to get after it for her, for the young ones that can't speak up yet. That's a big yet. Yeah. Well, when I go to stay out there, I'll be spending a lot of time with the little one too. Um, just helping unpack boxes and being with family. Just, I don't care if we just sit there and go through photo albums. Goodness, there's about 20 or more photo albums out there. Pictures of, oh gosh, everything. Our whole lives are in those photo albums. And I just love it. I need to get back to scrapping. Um, I made one scrapbook and it's, I put my great grandparents and then my grandparents and then my parents and then me and then each one of my kids has 2 pages in it, and from birth to graduation, and it is so fun doing that. And it's so, I've been collecting scrapbooks so that I can make each one of them their own scrapbook, and so they have something to keep that I made with their pictures. Gee, Mom Merkel, it's good to see you. Yep, you'll hear her voice. she's pretty talkative tonight and running back and forth and she's playing with the dog. Melt your panties from the blues all night. Is that what you're talking about? Chima? Oh my goodness. I don't know if we need to do that with being alone. You sure got the blues. Goodness. I don't know. So, Al, maybe we need to trade places for a month. You meet the people here, and I meet the people there, and then we come up with something. Who knows? I don't know. You know, it people that you've known all your life. I don't know. I think if they were the right one, it would have done happen. Should have traveled more or something. Am I gonna get smacked for it, G-Mom? Blues all night. Charlie Musselwhite. We will see. Let me. I'm looking for the cover. All night long, blues cover, blues all night. Because I don't see that song, that name lay down beside me. Blues cover. Foghorn String Band. George's Greatest Blues. Okay, let me go back and see. Jimmy Thackeray and the Drivers. Would that be a good one? Let me see what Jima's saying. That's true, Al. He's a Mississippi man. Okay, let me put his name back to Charlie Musselwhite. Yeah, I was blessed to have a 5-generation picture with my great grandmother, and then I have another one with my granddaughter. And I know that that's not real common to have 5-generation pictures. Those are really special to me. Oh, and I already forgot his name again. Something Musselwhite. Charlie Musselwhite. I'm reading y'all's comments. Now I gotta go back over here. Okay. He's like really famous. Let me see. Uh-oh. I'm not answering that. I know what that is. Y'all, I gotta tell y'all about this hacking thing that's going on. Um, click it. Nope, not right now. Okay. Yeah, Bandy. That's Ray Charles. Yep, my mother listened to him too. It was every kind of music. I grew up with every kind of music you could think of. It's Devil Dog Pepper. Good to see you. um, there's this new scamming thing. If you have Facebook, which I do, I have Dorinda. There's several people. So um, this one is uh, they will send you a message on. Yeah, they're still trying to do it. That's what it is. Um, they'll send you a message in Messenger on the Facebook, and they will it'll have the person's icon, their profile picture, um, and they ask if you would do them a favor. And um, so this was D, and so I said, "Sure, what's up?" And she said, um, "Can I send you a code? I got a new phone, and I'm trying to get into my Facebook, and can I send you a code?" And let me turn this off so it'll um, stop making noise for y'all. There we go. Um, anyway, I said, because we know how everything is. I said, what did you say to me last night on Carl's about men? So I know it's you. And then my next comment was, a lot of scammers. And then I thought she called through Facebook Messenger. And so she was like, what are you doing? And why are you hiding? I can't see your face. And I'm like, I'm right here. And I said, what's wrong with your camera? Turn your camera on. Well, as soon as I said that, it hung up. And then it called back again, and it said, I don't know what's wrong with my phone. And then I should have known when it said, give me your phone number, because Dee has my phone number. And I should have known then something was up. But I thought that something had happened to her phone that she wasn't able to get to my phone number. So I gave it. And then that's when they sent this code to me. And I'm thinking it's her. And then Cindy Stevens, hello Cindy if you're out there, and thank you, sent me this thing, and it was an emergency warning, and it was this long typed out thing, and it was describing exactly everything that had just happened. And I said, well, crud, I just did this with Dee. And she said, yes, Dee's been hacked. And so it's through AOL. It has something to do with AOL. And so I got a text from AOL, and they're like, this is what's going on. If this isn't you, do this. And so I was like, okay, no, this is not me. So I had to go into AOL. And I don't even use AOL anymore. But thankfully, I was still had the password and everything. Got in there. This person is from Nigeria. It shows the location. It shows their IP address. So I'm going to report it. And, but yeah, supposedly I don't know what they can do once they get into that, but yeah, I wish I could get a hold of Dee. I tried to see, but yeah, I will just block her on Facebook, and then once she gets it straightened out, we can figure that out again. And then, because this just keeps calling, it's like the 5th time since we've been sitting here talking about it that it's still trying to call me through Facebook Messenger. So I'll block that and do that right now, actually. But I just wanted y'all to know this is what's going on. And there was another scam that I saw going on. And then I saw something about somehow they're getting into ATMs and pulling people's money out like crazy. Just, it is sad. You have to just watch everything that's going on now, because they're just getting smarter. Hey, Wildlife, good to see you. Let me block this number really quick, and then I can't remember. I have to go all the way to the top to block her. No. Wait, yes, up there. Quick reactions. Block. There it is. Okay, it's blocked. Let me tap the link again in case wildlife wants to come in. Pollinator. Hey, Larry. Hey, Carl. Just talking about you. If you get anything from D on Facebook, block it. So it's better to have bad credit, right? No money in the bank. And how
Good
are you?
evening, Bonnie. I missed everything before this. I just got here, so I'm totally lost.
Oh, you're good. Um, yeah, I was just telling them about a scam that's going on in Facebook. Oh, it's even got an option to report it. Pretending to be somebody else, a friend. Oh my gosh, now they want me to go through all the friends and find her. Okay, let's search.
I can't believe how many people Facebook lets me block, especially after being on Ted Nugent's page. I've got hundreds of people blocked on my page.
Am I spelling it wrong? Isn't it? Oh, I already blocked. That's why. Well, okay. Never mind.
Like Gilda Radner. Never mind.
Yeah. Never mind. Oh well. I already blocked it, so it's all good.
All I heard you say is I'll drop the link in case Watt wants to come, and I hit the link, and then I forgot it. I mean, I'm not Watt, but figure I'd
No,
come up and
no, whoever, you're fine. Goodness, Carl. I was up there how long yesterday? And
well, I didn't want, I was just over at Craig's. He invited me up on his panel, so I was there. And when I was on his panel, I seen you went live.
yeah, because there's been several people that keep asking how my mother is, and I'm like, okay, everybody doesn't know. I need to let them know. So
I wasn't telling nobody for you. I was, it's not.
yeah, but I didn't want them to feel awkward in a chat whenever they would ask, and then they were like, Dorinda was like upset because she didn't want to keep reminding me or whatever, and I was like, okay, I need to do a live and let
I
everybody
was
know this is
just speaking to a friend a few hours ago about how differently I've seen people deal with loss. You know, people
yeah,
mourn differently. People mourn in all different kinds of ways, and I know I mourn differently than most people. And it's I just kind of like let people do their thing unless they contact you or
yes, and I think that's what a lot of people are doing. I know Kiss Off very often she'll just send me hearts and hugs and but no, I miss the conversations. Anyone wants to call, please. It's I'm not against that at all. And yeah, there may be times when I just lose it, but that's normal. Um, I was gonna go out to my mom's tonight and stay out there while my brother's here, but he didn't get any sleep last night. His plane, well, they got to my mom's at 10 and then visited with the kids till 2 a.m. And then somebody from California was calling him at 6:30 in the morning for some reason or other. I don't know. So he didn't get any sleep. And so I said, okay, I'll wait another night and let you get sleep, and then I'll come bug you. But he's having a really hard time. And I'm telling you, I just really believe because he doesn't have faith like I do, that I I just know he's with me. Yeah, I don't answer the phone either. It can keep on ringing. It's not getting answered. I don't hear it until I've had enough sleep, and then I'll hear it ring. Hey, Lauren, good to see you.
What's up, Sigma? Yeah, no, I'll tell you right straight up. My phone doesn't make any noise and it don't vibrate. All that shit's turned off. If somebody calls me, texts me, I get a notice, whatever. You know, I don't let my phone control my day. All right, I control my day. So when I'm ready to look at my phone and somebody call me, then I'll call them back if I can. You know, it's that's
Yeah, and that's what there was someone making fun of me because I have stages of waking up, which is true. When I first wake up, I don't just jump up out of bed and get moving. That's not me. I'm not a morning person.
Oh,
And
you mean you don't like dance around with flowers and birds singing and stuff, and then jog around the block a couple times? And
no. Never been one of those people. And so um, I kind of get my eyes working and just do the step. And then,
I'm literally in making coffee in my mind as I'm sitting up in bed. All right, the first thing is coffee. What's up, Apple?
yes, apple dumpling. That's what I was thinking when he said that too. It's like, unless he didn't change the time. Well, your phone automatically changes when you travel, doesn't it? I don't know. But yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Even 4:30 a.m., that's flipping crazy. And so, yeah, Gma, I think that that's what it is because I've always been a night person. Most of my jobs, um, well, not most, but some were at night, especially waitressing or when I was working at the bar. I've always been a night person, though. I love the night.
It's cursed. All right. You know, I now
Is
nowadays I get up at daylight and I work until dark. But I'm usually not tired at the end of the day, all right? And I will end up staying up till after midnight, even though I still get up early in the morning, and I won't get tired for a long time. And then when I'm finally tired, it's morning. So I'll get a little bit of a nap and I'll start my day. But if I don't keep up on that, I will end up all night long, night owl mode, like you've seen in the past. I used to be a night
yeah.
owl, you know, and it's just it's just too easy to fall back into that. You know, I have to constantly keep myself from falling back into the night owl shift.
And we were all like that though. And when was it? Oh, it was the night before when I did that live. We were on till, goodness, it was really late or really early in the morning or whatever it was. So I think I got to sleep at about 4 or 5 that morning. And man, I felt that one the next day. It was like, whoa, I have gotten unused to this real quick. So, yeah, two
If
o'clock is my limit.
the more I stay busy in the day, like if I don't let myself rest, I'm okay. All right. But the minute I sit down after work or after working all day, then I don't want to move much. That's when it catches up with me. As long as I keep moving and I do that on a constant schedule, I don't need a lot of sleep. 2 to 4 hours of about sleep is what I'm going to get doing that shift. And it's enough to keep me going. But then by the time the weekend gets here, now I'm going to sleep in Saturday. All right.
Yes,
Nobody screw with me Saturday because I want to sleep in.
I have to have 7 hours. Seven is my really good. And then I don't take a nap or anything during the day. That keeps me going till about 2 o'clock in the morning. But 2 o'clock in the morning seems to be the cutoff. After that, I'm just kind of, and
Apple dumpling, I'm so peachy I could bake a pie. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
I mean, it's even when I, worked for myself all the time and had my own shop. I noticed that people would leave me alone in the middle of the night too. So sewing, a large project especially, if I've got days of sewing to do, nobody leaves me alone in the daytime. I would do all my, conversations and all that stuff in the daytime and in some jobs. But if I had something really particular, maybe highly detailed or something, I'm going to do that in the middle of the night where nobody messes with me. There's something about that where I can just work hours on something without interruption. And it pays
yeah,
off for me in that way.
yeah, I can understand that. Yeah, if I get to doing something, I want to keep doing it. Without,
It was the same thing with really on the weekends. I've learned that people always wanted to pick their stuff up or drop some, or get something emergency done on the weekend or whatever. And I started taking Mondays off. And that was my weekend, was Mondays for a long time because you can't do much on a Saturday and Sunday, especially up north here in Michigan. A lot of stuff was closed. But on Monday, everybody's at work and man, it's like you got free roam of the stores, no traffic congestion. And it was very handy to use Monday as my day off. Nobody wanted to talk to me on Monday as much, and so I just went through the weekend and Monday would be my day off.
yeah, and apple dumpling. No, I did not mind that at all. Once in a while, I can do that. It, she's in a different time zone, so yeah. Now, there's times, even lives, we have been on till 2 or 3, and then backstage till 6 or 8 a.m. I mean, I know we've done those things, so it can happen once in a while, just not a lot.
I don't know if it's that healthy swinging your shifts like that.
I
You know,
know it's not. Um, I can feel it. I mean, like, yeah. And it just depends on how the day has gone too. And when you're under more stress, if you have more stress on you, or if you're working more than usual, or didn't. Yes, your body needs that rest earlier, I think. But um, yeah, I've just always been a night owl, though. Uh,
Comes a train. I can mute or I can let it go.
Depends on how loud it gets.
And it sounds like he's howling. It won't last long.
Well, I love the white deerskin dress. No, I thought about getting some deerskins.
Find out if Kiss Off is here.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen her in a minute.
I seen her earlier today. No, no, I guess it's not too loud when I'm in the shop, is it?
Mm-mm. Oh my goodness.
What?
Midnight train to Georgia.
It
There
was
is.
pretty.
Do I?
Oh, I was going to say that was a good movie, but then he said Waterworld sucked. I liked Waterworld too.
I don't. I haven't seen Waterworld.
It's like 4 hours and something long. All right, so be prepared to spend some time watching that one.
And there was another one mentioned before, Dances with Wolves.
I
Y'all,
never even heard of that one, Gmo. What Gmo knows all this stuff that I've never even heard of. You know, music and now films. Just like she lives in a different world or something.
she does. She lives in Magic Land. Remember?
I know.
Magical. Yeah, she gave me a song she wanted me to play. You want to hear it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, here we go.
Sounds just like my buddy, the oldest brother of the upholsterers here. He's played the blues for over 20 years here at the local bar at an open mic night. And all kinds of musicians come from all around to play with him and stuff. But he does just recently quit doing it, but he still plays. He's got his own little music room and studio at his home, and that sounds just like Leroy. All right,
Yeah,
it's the guy I talk to daily. That's it's the oldest brother and the one I've been in contact with the most over the years. But that's exactly what he sounds like. I mean, he plays the harp, he plays the harmonica, he plays the guitar, and he sings. And I've been trying to get him to do something, and he's open to it. All right, so I'm going to try to do something like do some shorts with him where he's just wailing on that harmonica. All right, because he can make it sound like a train. He can do all this stuff. He's got some years on me, and he's got so much damn talent, but he doesn't show it to the electronic world. He's kept that off the internet, and I want to try to get it. I want to get some videos and stuff. Well, I even was trying to get him to come on one of my panels and play. It'll
that
probably happen. Just don't know when.
that's awesome. So, Carl, can you take over for me for a minute while I get baby girl some popcorn?
Yeah, I sure can.
I know you can talk to chat really well.
I
Thank you.
try, anyways. I mean,
I appreciate it. Thank you.
yeah, he's probably not as good or accomplished as that guy Gma, but that's the exact style. All right, and I liked all those movies you guys were talking about. The Postman, isn't the Postman the one where Tom Petty's in like the apocalyptic America, after apocalyptic America, and he's playing himself, but they don't say it. He's like he just runs into him, and it's Tom Petty, and like everybody in the movie just acts like, yeah, we know who that is. Yeah, love that muddy water. I try to remember that. What was it? Just go back and see what that movie was. It was one I never heard of. Mr. Brooks. Hmm. I never even heard of that movie, Gmo. Which is like half the music you post in the chats. I haven't heard half of those. Every now and when you post one that I recognize, but that's about it. What did you delete, Pamela? All of a sudden she comes into the chat. I deleted it. Hope you're doing good, Pamela. I don't know why everybody hated that movie Waterworld so much, but I thought it was a pretty good film. Concept was cool. The part where he swims under the water and sees the sunken cities was pretty cool. Maybe I'm not seeing everything in chat. They've been doing that too. On my lives the last couple nights, I noticed people talking or greeting somebody in my chat before I could even see them. When you're on here like this, you don't have the choice to pick between top chat and live chat. So I really don't know what they're telling me. I don't have anything to talk about. I didn't have anything on my mind. I was just up here to talk to Brian. You guys got to ask me questions or talk to me somehow. I can't see it. The first message I see that you said was I deleted it. And I don't see anything else. Pamela, that's weird. Like I said, I don't think StreamYard's showing me every comment that people make. Even on my streams, I don't think they're showing me everything. No, not Deanna. It's just me and Bonnie last. Yeah, it's just me and Bonnie. Hmm. This is hacked too. Hmm. I don't know. I'm confused, Pamela. You mean your account is hacked? Yeah, yeah, Echo. What's wrong, Pamela? You mean with your device or with your account or something? You're not signed on to your account with more than one device, are you? Yeah, I didn't see the first message. Which they've been doing that to me a lot, Pamela. I go into somebody's live chat and say hello to everybody and they can see me. But if I come in before I say, make a paragraph or a sentence trying to say something, nobody sees it. It happens to me a lot lately. I don't remember that, Al. I'm gonna have to look that up. Maybe it's something I forgot. Maybe it's something I never seen.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, Deanna told us that she got hacked, but yeah, it didn't show me your comment. Anybody else see Pamela's first comment about Deanna being hacked?
No, but
Was that
that's what I was talking about earlier too. Was it's not her. If you get a message in Facebook, it's not her.
Yeah, I see. I was talking to her about that. That's happened to me multiple times where I knew there was something wrong. All right, because my
I didn't.
friends would message me that way. All right, and I will call them directly or contact them any other way and tell them. And sure enough, they're like, "What? I didn't message you," and then they figure it out. I hear it's
I
not so easy to get rid of that.
Yeah, and that's yeah. They got my face. That's, so I'm like, now what's this gonna do? But they're still calling, so they must not have got everything they needed. And I
Well,
blocked it, so they can't call me no more. So Deanna's blocked. She's blocked.
well,
And
this is what I noticed. All right, I was getting this stuff heavy a few years ago. All right, probably about 5 years ago. And the more actively I spoke up about the crap going on in the world, the more I got. Right, to the point to where you see, a lot of y'all know me on Facebook, and you notice I don't do a lot because
yeah,
I've noticed the more active I am, the more trolling, the more bullshit, fake friend requests, all this crap I get. So I'm just there for the
yeah,
messenger mainly.
yeah. Well, they got me. Yes, Pamela. They're still calling. Well, I just blocked it so they can't call anymore. Like while I was up here, it was 5 times in a row. Just kept calling on Facebook Messenger, and it has her name, and it's like it looks legit. It's her calling, and that's so I answered because she had texted me last night that you were live or yesterday, and just thought it was her. And I was like,
So you're telling me that the hacker knew I was live?
no, no, no.
Okay. All right. Okay.
He texted me like on my phone, like a regular text message. But then today it was in Messenger, but it says that she got a new phone. And so she's trying to get everything connected on it, WhatsApp, AOL, all these things. And they're going to send a code. And just all you have to do is just let me know the code number. And I was like, well, okay, that's no big deal. Thinking I was helping her, taking care of a little one, you know, got a little bit on my mind. So I'm falling all for this crap. And,
You gave them full control.
yeah. And they got my face. So they can do it to somebody else and they're going to think it's me. And hopefully they don't. But whenever I went, so AOL sent me a text on my phone and
So
said,
all those, you're telling me that all those nudie pictures I got from your account aren't even really you?
no, no, there is no such thing in existence.
Dang it.
not, no. Anyway, damn it, Carl, you made me lose my train of thought. Gigi, you need the link.
I think she's asking, calling for backup. Pamela, you know how to contact me directly too. You know, you don't have to use the Facebook. If something is wrong there, bypass that. You know.
Okay, there might be some pictures out there, but if anybody says it's me, y'all know it's a lie. Just
I can see your messages right now, Pamela. I can't look at anything else when I'm on a panel, though. If you're sending, it's whenever I'm on a StreamYard or doing a live or on somebody's panel, I can't do jack squat, nothing else, because I'll get knocked off the panel or I'll knocked off my stream.
Yeah, I don't have anything new.
Sometimes that's a good thing, you know. Sometimes I like just nothing, you know.
You're welcome, Pamela. And so while I was getting that, Cindy Stevens sent this big old long thing. And when I started reading it, I was like, oh my gosh, that's what I'm doing right now. And I told her that I was doing that and it was Dee. And she said, she said, yes, Dee's been hacked. And I said, oh man. Well, I fell for it. So that's why I was telling everybody, if you're on Facebook and this messenger starts doing this, so what I was saying is AOL sent me a text message and I was able to get into my AOL account amazingly because I haven't used that in years. And it tells you where it's from, Nigeria, and it gave the IP address. So I am going to report it.
Well, pretty much I haven't trusted anything on Facebook for a long time. All right. Because, well, like I said, I used to be pretty active on there, and I would get these fake friend requests. All right. Somebody go, and I'd directly message them. I go, how do I know you? That'd be the first thing. And then if they answered at all, you could tell that they were trying to type American or using a translator because of the way the words were, arranged. And you could often see, okay, this is a foreigner playing the part of somebody else, or they wouldn't answer at all. And back then, you could tell when a message was seen. And then there's times where a couple of them are like, oh, hi, I saw your profile pic and thought you were cute, so I thought I'd friend you. And, I'm harmless, ha, ha, ha. And it would go on. And a week later, I'd hear, oh, yeah, I'm going to have to go to somewhere. And I don't know if I'll be in contact anymore. And then you get another message and another week later, oh, hey, I'm stuck in Africa and I need money to get home, and I'm like, I was just waiting for that, But
Yeah.
I would give them enough rope to hang themselves. I would just make statements or messages to them in reply, like letting them go on without giving them any information and stuff. And eventually you'll figure out that, oh, this is bullshit, and man, it happened a lot. I seriously have hundreds and hundreds of people blocked on my Facebook.
Yeah. Well, and like Pamela said, it said, can you do me a favor? Well, that's not unusual for Dee to ask me. It just wouldn't be unusual for Dee to ask me that. So that didn't cue me in like it did Pamela. But
well, I also have said, hey, tell me something that only you and me would know.
Well, and that's what I said. I said, so what did you say to me at Carl's last night? And then that's when it called me, thinking it was her. And you know how we do the video calls?
Yeah.
But they didn't have the camera on. And she said, something's wrong with my phone. I don't know why the camera won't come on.
But did it sound like her?
Never heard a voice.
Oh, it was all going through. Gotcha. Okay.
But I saw her. I know at one time I saw her on the camera. And that's why I was like, what's going on? And then when AOL sent me that text, and then I saw that it was coming from Nigeria, I was like, oh my goodness, I got to let everybody know about this because it was so convincing. It just...
Well, unless you go into something suspicious, it's that's where I'm at. Everything. Now I'm suspicious of everything. And it's like, that was years ago, Pamela. I will never fall for none of this crap because I've actually studied it. After I was hacked 15 years ago. They altered my life, all right? And ever since then, I've read up on it and learned about it. And
who can it be now? Yeah, that's a good one now.
Who can it be knocking at my door? Go away. Don't come back here no more.
Yeah.
I get the rain sprinkling on my door. All of a sudden, it's like, really? All of a sudden, it started raining.
There was a there was a time whenever that song it was pretty much said or verbatim to a person. Boy, that was many years ago. Damn, that was a redhead. Weird. Anyway,
Yeah, Al, they had a couple of good tunes, anyways.
yeah.
Back then in the 80s, it was either really good funky dance stuff to do the roller skating to, or it was at home with, rock and roll, and Kiss was
And you
all
can
over my
dance if you
walls. I
want
can admit it. Kiss was all over my bedroom walls.
and you can dance if you want to, and you can leave your friends behind. Because
And
if you
yep,
don't dance, and if you
if you
don't
don't
dance, well,
dance with
they're no friends of
friends of
mine.
mine, boom, boom. That's what we got to do. I actually, that's even a Carly just gave me a great idea.
Oh
So if I
no, not
do
again.
music, if I do music riffs or like a name that tune at the same time, everybody could, once it stops playing, everybody just has to continue on the singing of it, or so. I don't know.
Okay,
I just want to have a music night and have some
thank you.
fun.
Sorry.
No worries. I've got Facebook, but I really don't go on there except for to go play poker because I've got like a billion in money.
I
Dang, if it's only real.
didn't know Facebook had games.
Yeah.
You
I'm
mean
in,
you
That was
don't
the
have
main. Sorry.
Donnie, are you sure you don't have like a Farmville garden that died 20 years ago, you know?
Don't remind me. I
no.
love that game. My niece got me into that game, and I was hooked. I was playing it, and then when they shot it down, I was like, "Are you kidding me? Now what do I do?" I've been doing this game for like a decade. What the hell? I can't believe they just dropped it. It's like, why? There's a shitload of game.
I
um,
heard a lot of people complain about it. I don't do video games. I can't, I don't have,
yeah, I
Well,
I
never.
can't, just never
But
was
on,
into it.
if you get Steam, um, in that there's a Stardew Valley, and I played that with my granddaughter.
a what?
Stardew Valley, I
What do you do?
think is what it's called, and it's farming. It's you get
See,
you
same thing. Sorry.
you inherit your grandfather's farm, and you have to take care of it. And it's really it's pretty
Sounds like
cool.
Farmville. Sounds like the
Mhm.
one that was on Facebook.
Yes, and you
Good.
socialize with the community.
Yep.
There was another one on the Wii. My friend in Missouri, um, she had got me I think it was called Animal Crossing. And so on the Wii, when you're playing it, and but you just watered your plants every day, and well, you went around the town, you did stuff too, but the Stardew, it's more like real life. It's um, like you have to socialize with the people, and there's different things that go on, like dances and festivals and all that, and you be there. They have an Easter egg hunt, and it's it's just pretty neat. But the one that my friend sent me, she sent it to me because we could go into each other's towns and help each other. Like if I had more of something, I could give it to her and she could take it back home. And it was just, I don't know. And I'm not a gamer. I've tried
Only
to.
two games I really enjoy, and that's a game of chess or a game of Risk. And that's the only two I really, you know, enjoy a lot.
Yeah. Um, I just watched a video earlier and then they were talking about um, there's something in the Bible about the oceans. The something about the oceans. And so in this video, they were talking about how it's healing to go close to the ocean. And I was like, well, I know it is for me, but a lot of people want to go to the mountains. But
Yeah,
so,
it's just a personal preference and what's calling you. I just want to, just, I don't know, for easy wording.
oh, well, it's for me, it's the ocean. When I go down there and just start breathing that air, it's like I can feel it. It is just, ah,
I miss going camping this year. It's not the same. I miss kind of doing that fresh air and sleep through the night outside and all that. It's like, kind of missed out on that this year.
I think Hilarious too heard my bag of weed and thought it was rain.
Sorry. Because I was like, wait a minute, it rained a couple of minutes ago and it stopped, and I was muted too. I was like, how'd you hear rain? Or I was like, did I miss a joke in there?
Is this what you heard? Let me see if you can hear
it. Sorry.
Roy Buchanan.
Okay, do you really want to watch? Well, it's what, 3 minutes and 45 seconds?
Of your intro?
Yeah.
Sure. I want to see Gigi's new intro.
Now, I haven't finished it yet. It's the okay. So the last part, all I have got right now is like chakra colors. I have like, I don't know, 20 seconds, 30 seconds or something, whatever at the end of it. So that part, I haven't quite finished that part. The rest of it,
is this going to put people into an epileptic shock?
No.
No, they're going to put them into an ET shock. Anyways, yeah,
Yes.
I just kind of got an idea in my head, and this is just kind of where it went, I guess you could say.
She went way out there too. I'm going way out there.
I did correct a couple of clips and whatnot and whatever. You'll see a little bit of the difference, anyways. So yeah, okay. So I do this because I just would like people's honest opinions on what they think. Because first I was looking for a piece of music that I wanted, and I liked it. It kind of gave me ideas, but I went, oh my God, that's 3 hours, 3 minutes and 45 seconds. But as some people look at it, well, it's a good time to everybody gather around and sit down if you're getting into a show or something or whatever. Plus, I just have fun doing this shit. Oh, and I finally figured out how to put this on full screen without it effing up. All right. Oops. Wait a minute.
Cool.
I can't do that yet because I have to share it first. Okay.
Draw pictures on paper. Yes. And she designed some dresses today. I was so proud of her.
Oh, cool.
Yes. I'm like, woohoo, it's in her blood.
Okay, so I'm going to mute, and then I will make it large.
Okay, I'll mute too.
You can hear it? So I noticed when I put it full screen, it cut off a lot off the bottom, all the wording. I was like, oh well, whatever for now.
I
It's a
saw that.
cool video you put together, but this is how I've grown, and it's not anybody in particular. It's a whole lot of channels, all right?
Hmm.
And this is the one thing is when you, especially if you schedule a live, all right, now you have people notified of what time you're going to go live, and they'll often show up early or on time. And if they're sitting there waiting and stuff, the one thing it's like this one channel called Redacted, all right,
Mhm.
they would say they were live, and then the intro to it would last 45 minutes or something stupid
Oh
until it
God.
actually went live. So, and my only point is, like, I think that making people wait in the beginning of a show causes them to leave. I've seen several people go, I ain't sitting around for this, and they leave before the show even starts. All right.
Yeah,
So,
understandable.
if I was ever to do an intro, I would have a very short intro in the beginning. But now
And I
what you
normally
have
do
there,
that. I
well, now
normally
what
do
I'm
that.
saying is
Yeah,
don't scrap what you just did because that's cool.
yeah.
Put that at the end because at the end of a live stream,
Point.
everybody's still hanging out and talking in chat for a while before, even after the show's ends. Often they'll hang out and say goodbye to each other and stuff.
Yep.
That's when you need an extra few minutes for people to get some chat out.
That's a great idea because JM ends up when he's done his word gaming, whatever, he talks and shoots his shit, whatever, and some hang out and some leave and whatever. I'm like, actually, that's a really good idea. And have a shorter one in the beginning.
My opinion.
Okay. Yeah. That's a great idea. See, that's why I love you, and that's why I show people stuff and go, okay, give me some ideas. So, if something is too much on some people, depending on their advice and whatever, I'm always open to ears, and I just, like I said, right now I'm just kind of stuck on that last little bit because it's a chakra thing, and I want to put something about that kind of at the end. Like, I know it's a little bit much for everything, but I'm just trying to show so much of what I
There's
think
also
and
the thing
feel.
is if you play it all the time like Bonnie's, I like listening to it, but I've seen it. So once I
Yeah,
see a video, I don't need to see it again. I usually don't watch a video twice. So, again, if it's in the beginning and it's a long intro, I'm
yeah,
going to get distracted. There's no question. I'm going to be
for sure.
distracted before the show even starts.
Yeah, for sure. My my initial plan is to have one night to talk about the weird shit, and then have one night to have fun stuff, whether it be music or games or whatever. But I want to go back now that, thank God, this summer's over. I only have 3 shifts next week. Yay! Settle me down a bit. My God, I've worked my ass off, and I've never worked in such a hot environment. No air conditioner working. It finally starts working last week. Really, the last of August. Assholes. Excuse my French. God, gotta love retail business. But at least I know it won't be hot next year.
So
But yeah, it was hard.
what if at the end you put something like activate your inner energy?
Well,
Is
see, and that's where I was kind of going, okay, chakras, and that's how that's how we are all one and connected with God. We are all energy. That's what we are made of. And once our physical bodies are gone, we go back to our natural state of being energy and all knowing and being with God. And then going from there to go, okay, what am I doing next? Do I want to live another life here? Do I want to zip over to God created all this for us to go out there, live, and it just, that's how I see it. God lives through us because God can't be physical. We can be physical. We can go through all kinds of things and changes and whatever, and through every individual, God feels it, learns it, the whole thing, and we are all one on the other side. We are so easily connected on the other side compared to here. But this is the learning school. Earth is a learning tool because it's so negative down here. There's so much to learn from being negative because when you're back home with God, it's 100% pure love. How do you learn anything unless you know what negativity is? If you come from perfection, right? Anyways, shut up, Gina.
John, that is so true. The algorithms have a lot to do with.
Yeah.
I think it takes. How long does it take for it to be a view? It's like 10 minutes.
I heard it was something like 3.5 minutes viewing time before it was considered a view.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't even concern myself with that because YouTube's always going to mess with us no matter what we do and whatever else. I mean,
Yes, I've
all the
seen them.
stuff I went through, yeah, with my other channel too, is like, yeah, well, I have to realize that somewhere down the line they just might go pop, and you gotta go, okay, well,
Yep.
but
I don't think it matters, but I like to know this stuff and I like to keep track and see the strange things you see. Because, that 40-hour live I did at the very end, when it ended, it said it had 3.7 thousand views.
Yeah,
So
but doesn't that shut down though after?
yes,
Yeah, sorry.
they
They
took
won't
that
show it.
down.
They won't show it. They never let me publish it. I never
Yeah,
got to watch it again, but it did tell me that there was 3.7 thousand views.
but so I've had that happen too, Carl, and I don't know what it is. It's like once in a blue moon. So, like yesterday, what did it show?
What, yesterday? I haven't had any trouble.
No, I know you didn't have any trouble. How many views did it show?
Oh, when I ended, something
Yeah.
like 830 or something that was over 1,000 last I saw.
Oh, wow. That's cool. So, that many people saw me sleeping.
Dang it, I missed it. I have to
People
go
were
back.
saying stuff to you, and I was like, "Oh no, Bonnie's taking a nap, and we're gonna let her."
Actually, Camo, is all those hours on your YouTube, or did they cut it off at a certain point?
I don't know, man. It's weird. You know, some of my shorts and stuff got like 10,000 views in 4 hours. All right,
Yeah,
and then they won't get viewed ever again. I mean, after that day,
yeah,
it never
that,
gets looked at again. The number stays the same. Uh,
yeah. I
I've
hear
had
you. That's the same with me. You know, I've had 10,000 on something and 500 on the next, and then it's like they just kind of go out there and it spreads, and then that's it. I don't know how.
well,
It's weird.
my first three lives. The first one was like 8 hours. Second one was like 12. The next one was like 16 hours. But each one of those I did, which was like almost 4 years ago, I guess. They gave me a strike, notified me of the strike, and then took the videos down and wouldn't let me fix anything or take anything out of it. There was no editing allowed, and I never saw them again. All
Yep,
right.
I've had that
Now,
happen to me too. Yep.
ever
Ooh,
since
there's Thunder
those,
story.
ever since those ones, every live I've done, I've not had trouble with. But the ones that I knew that we talked about sensitive subjects at the moment. There was a couple that I didn't publish that I can still view privately. And I may publish someday and put it out again. But there's only like two lives I did that I thought, well, no, I'm not going to let, because I don't need to get the strike. But I'm not really too worried about it. I didn't even plan for my channel go this far. All right. It's kind of weird to me the way that it's gone. Now I feel like there's a lot of people that make comments like, "Hey, when's your next live?" or whatever, and I feel like I got to put some content out there, right? I got to do something, because if I don't let them know that I'm still here, then I'm going to start getting messages. "Hey, Carl, you okay? Where you been?" So it's it's been a strange ride, man, and none of it was planned and none of it was expected, and I'm not even sure. I'm just over 900 subs, and I don't think I want to get to 1,000 subs. I mean, I know everybody I want to know. Right? I know a lot of people here, and I'm happy with the way it is. I'm not looking to grow. I'm not looking to make money. I'm not looking for none of that. And I've also seen where when a channel finally reaches 1,000 subs, all of a sudden they've got all these commercials and all this attention, and that's when they get started trolling. And I
I'm
just
so
don't know.
Gma.
Why are you?
I was showing comments and then I got to Gma and I was like, okay, I'm not putting that up there.
I see the comment now that you busted.
She got it going on. And I know that's a song somewhere.
Let's get it on.
Yeah.
It's some people call it sexercise.
I think there's some of us, if we ever got a hold of somebody, they would be out for the count. I didn't say that.
I don't even know what that is anymore. I'm a born again virgin. I'm gonna be a monk.
That's okay, Carl. Because you know what? When you get to the other side, it's fantastic. Just saying.
I don't think they do that.
Well, it's think of it this way. Well,
I think
I mean,
Gigi's idea of heaven is a whole lot different than mine.
no, really. What? And not to Anyways, I won't think of the word. Okay, so when I was 19 years old, long story short, I had one of those NDEs where you cross over, and the feeling is something I will never, ever forget. It's everything everybody says. You cannot describe it. It's like saying love, joy, happiness, excitement, and every happy thought times a million, trillion, gazillion, billion in eternity. You can't put it into words, the joy. But it's the only time in my life that I woke up out of that and sat right up out of my bed and looked around and went, I'm back. I'm so mad to be back here. I was like, I want to go back. That was just, see, I could just really just, I'm telling you, this is
So
our
the experience was kind of like
home is heaven. I'm telling you. Sorry.
so heaven to you is like tantric sex, right?
Well, heaven has nothing to do with sex. Sex is just a human
I thought
pleasure.
that's what you were describing there for a minute.
No, being home on the other side, where our home is, once we're done here, that is home on the other side. That's what you feel in every moment of your eternity is just full bliss feeling. There's never no thoughts, no anger, no nothing. You don't care anymore because all this physical crap doesn't mean anything. You're taking out of the life experience that you've had to learn, the good, the bad, the ugly from all of that. That's what it's all about. We stay on the other side. Well, we just know perfection and do whatever we do. You want to learn and raise your vibration and be a higher vibration and try to get closer to God's highest vibration. That's what you got to do. Because God is all. God is negative. God is positive. That's what people can't get to understand. Oh, they're going to burn in hell. That. Yeah, but if you're in hell and they all of a sudden have a moment where they're going, I want God, I want mercy, I blah, 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 God will be there for them. We put ourselves into our own hell, especially if we deserve it. Sorry. Oh, here comes God's rolling that ball down the aisle, down the aisle. Shit, I can't stop saying the bowling ball down the lane. Jesus, why do I want to keep saying aisle? Must be my job.
I guess the reason I don't worry about that stuff is it's like a priority to me to not do anything that would jeopardize my soul. I don't want to compromise myself. All right, period. That's why I do my best not to compromise my soul.
Exactly. We should all behave and be our best and whatnot. But
well, I don't think I would deserve a eternal punishment because I ain't done nothing to deserve that. You know what I mean? So if you're a good person, chances are you're going to be all right.
yep.
But wait a minute.
Time's up.
Oh, y'all are the two most impatient for y'all's attention span is like millimeter little.
Keep up, Bonnie. Come on.
So wait a minute. Let me get this straight. So do you believe in Jesus?
Do I? Are you asking me?
So I was gonna say me or him or both. Of course I do.
Okay. And
not only do I believe in Jesus, but I just 3 weeks ago, and I told Echo about it the day it happened, but I had a dream I met Jesus. All right. And in this dream, I knew it was him, no question. And he was on this earth. All right. And he knew me. And
Right,
it's the weird thing because I knew it was the real deal. Right. And then I woke right up. And from that moment, I can remember the whole dream. I cannot remember his face for nothing. It was erased. I cannot. And I'm good at pulling back dreams. I remember most of my dreams. But that's the weird part is that in the dream, I knew him. He knew me. He hugged me. I got a hug from Jesus. And and I felt like everything was golden. All right, everything was good, and
Excuse
I
me.
feel like that's
It
like an
is gold.
energizing. That's been energizing to me. It kind of gave me a boost in life.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is,
Exactly.
it's weird that I cannot recall the face.
No, it's not weird. Think about it. Think
But
about it really. The man is a very, very highly spiritually, whatever. He probably shines so bright, he blinded your eyes, kind of thing. That's the way I would kind of like. Why remember his face? Because that's not what's important. The important thing is you felt him, you knew him without having to see his face.
I talk to
That's
him
what.
can I,
all the time. You know, I know most people will
Right.
think, well, it's just a dream.
But you
All
don't
right,
need
so
a
it ain't.
you don't need a face. You know by my father. I've had a couple of dreams of my father. I know it was him. A couple of times I've seen his face, and a couple of times I haven't. But I've heard the voice or something. Whatever it is, you know. Your soul knows.
Well,
That's
I know I get visits from dead people all the time. All right, that's one thing I'm used to. All right,
me
especially if
too.
it's a recent death. If they die,
Yep.
I'll see them in a couple weeks in a dream, and it'll be a good dream. It'll be something where we're having a good time, you know. And it's been like that many, many times. But
Have
this
you ever
one, this
been to Shane?
is different.
Sorry.
This is
okay,
different.
so can I finish this questioning?
Squirrel. The initial question was, "Do you believe in Jesus?" Five
That's a
minutes
big
later,
yes. I'm going to
I
give
got
that a
it,
big
y'all.
yes.
Okay. So, um, what was the purpose of his sacrifice on the cross?
He died for our sins,
For which sins?
nope,
all of our sins.
nope,
All of our sins.
nope. He
What?
died to
What?
prove to
Wait,
us
wait, wait, wait,
that
wait,
life
wait.
is eternal. Life continues. He said he would show up 3 days later and be alive. He told
You got a
everyone he
different
was on
Bible.
the cross. He was on the cross and he forgave everyone around him. That was the whole point. Forgiving all, loving all, letting go of all the negativity, whatever. That's his whole point. He doesn't want you to beg down to his knees and honor and worship him. He wants you to enlighten yourself and walk the same path as he does. Does that make more sense?
Well, and you're the
He
only one
figured
I've
it
ever
all
heard
out.
say no. All right, you're the only one who ever said no to that statement.
Well,
That he died on the cross for our sins, and you said no.
to point out that your sins are forgiven by God, not to fear God, because that's what the others wanted everyone to think. Fear God, he's going to get you, and fear God, that was their means of control. God is all loving and whatever, he will accept you no matter what. Jesus died on the cross to prove that life continues on. God is forgiving and all knowing. The
I
whole
already asked
poem.
everybody around here that has anything to do. That, yeah, anybody in this community that had a knowledge of the Bible, I've asked, like remote viewer and stuff. I had to ask them. I said, well, everybody's saying, you know, they fear God, you know, and I don't fear God.
No, you
That's the
shouldn't
thing.
fear
And
God.
I
God
started,
made us.
well, now listen, I started asking, is that wrong? Because, you know, everybody's telling you, you should fear the wrath of God. You should, you know, fear
No.
God. And I don't. And I had to ask them, well, what's wrong with that? And none of them said that it was wrong not to fear God. So I don't even know where that fear God thing came from, to be honest. I mean, I don't know the.
I can give you the answer to that one. To the ones that have been manipulating the Bible for forever, the ones in the background to make us humans controllable and under their guise, which is why they had the whole twist with Jesus. Jesus didn't want to be all the praise and all the whatever. He was trying to spread the word of love and the faith and the positive thinking and what we are capable of. He spent years, they'll talk about the missing years and everything. Yeah, he went over into the Orient, to the East, and or China and Buddhas and the whole 9 yards. He put it all together and realized that this is our learning ground. Hey, this is our playground. You're God, you're a son of God, you're a daughter of God. We all are. God gave us free will. The whole point is God gave us free will to do and live our lives. Yeah, there's going to be out there, and they're the ones that are going to have to deal with their negativity and their whatever crap. But God learns through every living thing and moment in the universe, in every second, in every way. We're not supposed to be fearing God. God wants us to be happy, to live creative lives, to be fulfilled. He doesn't want us battling. All this fighting in the world, everyone says God's going to come save us. No, we did this to ourselves. We've generated this. We were letting the government build all these contraptions of bombs and everything else. Now we got ETs around us already stopping them from hitting the button a couple of times, by the way. Just thought, throw that in there. So, anyways, but yes, Jesus Almighty for sure. You know, he tried his best to wake up the people,
I was
and
waiting for her
the other
to
side didn't want to have it.
ask you the question. What was the rest of the question, Bonnie?
Sorry.
Um, y'all have to excuse me for just a moment. Go ahead and keep talking.
Well, I guess we don't get the rest of the question.
Your turn, Carl.
Hi, Cheryl Rich, Tracy Smith. Who else is in here? I'm not going to even go into most of that because it does seed separation because people read different Bibles and different Bibles have different translations. There's actually quite a few of them. And there are a lot of people that believe the word has been altered. And really, if you look at how trustworthy man is,
Mm-hmm.
that's where I've read the Bible many times, all right, cover to cover, and I look at it more of a let's look at what was the underlying thing that you got from the Bible, like overall, what did you learn,
Do
and
good
what
and
the
go
way I
home.
see that. Well, the way I see that is that you should be a good person. That's what I
Mm-hmm.
get from it.
Exactly.
You shouldn't kill people. You shouldn't steal from people. You shouldn't, cheat on people. You shouldn't do a lot of stuff.
Exactly.
And it's all stuff that I wouldn't want done to me. All right. And therefore, I wouldn't want to do it to somebody else. So I try to be a kind and loving and understanding person in this world. And I try to like, if anybody ever wanted to consider me an influencer, I would like to influence something positive in their life.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't want to make them go away shaking their head or pissed off or whatever it is. I wouldn't want to do that to anybody. All right, even if they attack me, my goal is not to hurt them back. That's really not it. I'm a little bit fed up with people who are controlling and bullying and
Mm-hmm.
stuff like this in this world, and there's plenty of it. All right, there's it needs a counter. I'm
So,
not saying I'm perfect. I'm not saying any of that. What I'm saying is I'm doing my best. I've made a conscious choice to be a good person, right? And
exactly. And
I'm not going to fuck people over, and I don't want to do any of that because it's ugly. All right, I don't want to have a big ego
right,
because I find it unattractive. I have
ego's the worst.
absolutely no envy in this body at all. I don't envy anybody. I don't want to be anybody else. All right, I wouldn't want to put anybody in my shoes. I wouldn't. There's no greed in me. If I've got my last $10 and you need it, I'll probably give it to you. All right, it's you know, I see a lot of mean people. All
Here's,
right, I do.
here's
I
a
see a
question,
lot.
Camo. What did we say about half the Bible missing since oh shoot, I just lost his name out of my head.
All the 16 books that are missing. See, that's the thing. That's what I was
Uh
trying to say. I don't
yeah,
want to go into the details of that because I want
exactly.
people to go out and learn it themselves. All right. I
Mm-hmm.
have never let a person on a podium tell me what to believe the Bible is telling me. I read it myself. I got what I got from it myself. I don't need somebody to translate that for me. All
Yeah.
right. I don't need somebody to tell me what to believe. That's where people lose me. All right.
Yep.
They don't understand that about me. Is that one of the best ways to get me not to do something is to tell me to do it. You know.
Yep. See, I guess my biggest beef is the ones that believe the idea that if you don't follow this and this and believe this and this, you're not going to get over to heaven.
Yeah, that's
Well,
it right
what
there. That's
about
why I
yeah,
won't go into the details
yeah,
about that because I understand there is many all over this globe. There are many different beliefs.
exactly.
And
What
the
about people
way I see that, and as I
Right.
said this the other night, is this is fucking America, man. We're all supposed to get along. I don't care what religion you have, what you
Yep.
believe. We should still be able to be civil to each other. All
Mm-hmm.
right. And that's the part that's getting all foggy. All right. You got to
Yep.
admit.
Oh, for sure.
So if you go into those details and you tell people what to believe and you tell them, well, you didn't do this, so you're screwed, all this. No, no, I'm not. That's seeding division. It really is.
Yep. Pardon me. Yeah, my parents growing up. I mean, my mother apparently part of her wanted to be a nun at some point. She grew up in Berlin. She went through the war as a very little kid, and she came to Canada and met my father over here, who was from Denmark. He was total atheist his entire life. Kind of changed near the end, but uh, my mother, she kind of put it in the foreground once she met my mother, and they were married and whatever. But because of them being the way they were, I kind of had my own other weird way of going through all the knowledge, whatever. Like I put myself into Sunday school to kind of get the gist of what this is, and then I started reading other books about already as a young teenager, reading about the pyramids and the whatevers and so many unexplained things, and going forward. So religion was a huge part of my growing up. It was more like I was digging into it once my 20s hit, trying to get an understanding of this belief because I ended up getting hung up on this guy that ended up becoming a born again and goes, I can't be with you. You play with tarot cards. It's like, excuse me? Like, we've been together, well, not together, but whatever you want to call it, on and off for 7 years. And all of a sudden, you're just dropping me because of a deck of cards.
Because of something they read. And a lot of people believe that those are evil. It's the
Yeah.
same thing as they'll put it in the same category as a Ouija board. All right. The
Yeah.
thing is
And it's
about
like,
that is I don't want nothing to do with them. I'm not going to believe
this
any of them. That's
person knows
my
me. They
opinion.
know I'm not that an evil person. They should know me by now. What kind of person is it? All
I
of a sudden,
don't
this deck
believe
of
in
cards.
any of that stuff. Right?
You
See,
know.
I don't give it any. I don't give. It's just not on my
Yeah.
radar. I have
No,
no
and that's
need to.
fine.
I don't believe in luck. All right. I don't. There's a lot of things that I don't. And I don't tell people, oh, you're bad because you do this or whatever.
Yeah.
Or they're doing something I don't want to be a part of, I'm just not around those people.
Right.
As simple as that. I won't even voice that. I'm not gonna. If I go to somebody's live stream, somebody new we don't even know, I go there, and then all of a sudden they pulled out, a robe and drew a star on the floor and a circle and
Yeah, you're
started
right.
going.
Yep.
And I'm just gonna leave.
Gone.
I'm not gonna go, oh, you guys are all fucking devil worshippers and you sure are gonna go to hell. And I wouldn't
Mhm.
say any of that. All right. I'm just leaving. All right. That's
Yep.
so I'm not going to judge others. That's the thing. All right. I don't want to be judged by anybody who doesn't know me. All right. I don't want to judge people. I would hate to have that job as a judge. I've said that for decades. That would be a horrible job for me. I don't know. I'm set in my ways. It doesn't matter what anybody out there tells me, really. I mean, my mind is open and I'm up to learning new things, but I've seen enough to where I'm set in certain ways where I'm not going to change, and I know it.
Yeah. No. And that's
Nothing
nice.
new.
And people have to realize too that everyone's different. I mean, in a general mass speaking, we're all human. We are all going to go through some kind of experience to learn things and whatever else. But each individual has such a path, and no matter what you might say to somebody, if it's not meant for them to all of a sudden go, oh, hey, I kind of like that. I'm going to swing your way and change my path. That's up to the individual. We are all so used to over years of judging others and trying to change others. It's all an individual path on what you want to
Well,
believe and
it
where you want to go
depends. It's
forward.
like, it depends. All right. I've had a weird life, but I totally recommend that any evil sons of bitches stay away from me. All right, because you know, I've had
Yep,
to deal
don't
with
mess
it
with me
before.
either. I hear you.
I've had to deal with it quite a few times, and I don't have much patience for that. All right.
Yep.
I don't
No,
like mean
see,
people. I don't like, people you can't trust. You could say my life has been a search for somebody loyal. You know what I mean?
Mm,
yep.
yep. But that's been your life's experience kind of thing, you know what I mean? Which I think many have.
Tracy, I didn't even tell you what I believe. How can I be riding the fence?
So, um, that's the thing is, again, there is a difference between conviction and condemnation. And if you are filled with the Holy Spirit, you are going to be convicted, whether you want to be or not. If you're doing something that is evil or that is against His will, I think that you're going to feel conviction in your heart for that, whatever it is, or what it, and but condemnation is when people will sit there and tell you you're wrong. No, it's like this, or um, it's
It's very true, Bonnie,
it's the
because
word
you know it's
that
very
people
true.
use, and that's why for me this whole journey has been very spiritual. It Yes, I'll pick out scriptures or a chapter. I would rather read a chapter than just one scripture because you can make that scripture sound any way you want it to. But if you read the whole chapter and see the context of the whole thing together, it's a completely different meaning. So, um, the things that have happened to me though has been confirming. It has been just in the spirit. It has not been by what someone has told me. It has not been, and that whenever, and I'm sorry to any of y'all who, who don't believe this way. This is just me, my opinion, is not my opinion. It is what has worked in my life is when I left the church that was judging, that was coming to our homes if we were single to see what we were doing. That was, but the head, um, you have to be a really good person to be in the singing group. But yet, one of the singing group members was taking pictures of women in lingerie. Um, you know, those people who are judging you and their actions are saying otherwise. That when I left that, because even my kids, it was like we all thought we had to be absolute perfect saints in every way. You know, don't eat too much food. Don't don't do this, don't do that. It was always don't. If there was never anything positive, never anything uplifting about it. And whenever we left that, that is when the works started happening like I can't even explain it. And y'all know, I was laying here on my deathbed, couldn't even move, 80 pounds. And I was at total peace. I was ready to go. And nope, that's not what happened. And here I am with a YouTube channel. Why? I have no idea. But I know that push is there. And I'm gonna listen to him, not the world. I'm gonna listen to him up there, the Almighty, and he speaks through my heart. And that's the way I believe.
I like it. Kind of similar to me, because I was not raised around religion at all. Never taken to church. It was just me and my mom most of the time. There was nobody in my family that was religious. They didn't go to church. And I did have some friends growing up that I remember them. I knew every Sunday morning they were unavailable, probably till about 1 o'clock in the afternoon or so. Then they were out and about. And it got to be where I was, 8, 9 years old or so. I got curious and I started going to different churches, Catholic ones and, the Lutheran one and the Baptist one. I went and checked them out. And I had friends that went to those churches. And to be honest, never being around it, like the Catholic Church, it's a giant stone, massive, beautiful church. And everybody who was, pretty wealthy that went to that church, they all dressed real good. But man, it was like they had all these rituals, and the clothing and the candelabras and all. I mean, I got, even before I even knew really what a cult was, I got a cult vibe from that one. And it was when I heard about the rules and stuff, all the kids that went to the Catholic school and how they were controlled and stuff, I knew that was not for me. That was, again, I'm not easily controlled, and it's a trouble if you try to control me. And I just never was interested in going to those churches. I felt way out of place. I actually have walked into a church and everybody in the pews looks at you and you're like, man, you're under the magnifying glass. I felt, never in my life have I felt more judged than being the new guy that walked into a church. All right. And, I told you about the dream or the nightmare I had when I was 15. I was an asshole when I was a kid. I did a lot of stupid shit, nothing super evil or nothing. I knew people who did do evil things. But when I had that nightmare, right around the same time, I was with a girl who did go to church, all right? And she did read the Bible, and she got me to start to read the Bible. And then I got hooked on it, all right? I mean, I read it nonstop over and over and over. And it was kind of enlightening, all right? It was different than the churches were trying to tell me to believe stuff, and there was less control to me in that Bible than what they were telling me, and I got an independent way of looking at that. Now, the reason here I'm like you're talking about like on YouTube here, I kind of feel like I'm in church with you guys sometimes. If we're talking about stuff like what we're talking about right now, and it does say where two or more are gathered,
That's
and
exactly.
but and I can quote things out of the Bible because I've read it a lot, and actually I've surprised myself with things I've recalled from it. But I don't really like to do that. I'm not pushing any religions on anybody. All right, I'm not telling people what to believe. In most cases, when I describe something, I go, "Well, this happens to me," or "This is what I would do," or whatever. I'm trying to put in like coming from me, not telling the other person what to do or what to believe or any of that. I try to be careful with that, especially considering that there's a lot of people in this community as well that don't have the same beliefs as we do. All right. So I don't want to step on that. You're not going to change somebody that's a Hindu. You're not going to change them into a Christian. All right. unless they did that on their own. That's up to, you're gonna, if anything, you probably have a bad influence on their thought about it. But I don't know. I just don't like to be pushy. I try to be as good and nice as I can be. And I don't think like I don't feel like my soul's in jeopardy. I feel like my soul is mine. All right, and I ain't giving it up. All right, I wouldn't trade it for nothing. You know what I mean? Lost everyone, didn't I?
I'm here. Nobody's stealing your soul, Carl. Not to worry. You're a good boy. It just started downpouring. I'm like, oh, fun.
Yeah, I had a call from my daughter. Sorry about that.
Well, I wasn't talking more. I was talking about the devil. That's what I was talking about.
And
'Cause I
there
do
is,
have a-
there is definitely evil. We see it in the works every day, and but
You
we
can't have
have,
one without the other, Bonnie. If you're a
yeah,
devil worshiper, you know darn well there's a God. All right, you can't believe in one side and not know the
No,
other
the
one.
other. Yep.
yes, but at the same time, I know I can put that behind me. It. No, evil's not gonna make it, and they'll try. They will try. Sometimes they succeed, but I will do everything in my power to keep it from coming into our lives. Everyone makes it sound so easy to stay away from evil, but it's not because it's all around us. And it can be in any kind of form.
Righteousness irritates demons. All right. If you're a super positive person in this world and you walk out naive into this, they'll eat you up. All right. Negative people will just jump on that. Look at it any way you want. But I see demons as a negative force. I see angels as a positive force. I see people that have the choice between the two. I talk about, I see them talking about, well, I'm riding the fence. Well, I talk to Jesus a lot. I don't only talk to him when I need a favor, like that song says. I talk to him because I'm not, even when I wasn't alone all the time, when I got to be alone, I was talking to Jesus, all right? Because this world is confusing, and I like to run it by him, my thoughts, whatever. And I do a lot of praying in private because it also says in the Bible that you don't really advertise your deeds or charities or anything. And I don't think it's necessary to pray in public if you do it on your own.
He says to
But
do it in a closet or something like that. It's the same
well,
thing with good deeds. You don't brag about
well,
your good deeds. You don't brag about when you,
right. And it's like what Gma said up there in so many words is that, she has a relationship with him. I have my relationship with him.
yes,
And
we're all
I'm
different.
thinking, yeah, well, I don't think all of us do, but I really don't, because some people I know, all they do is use his name in vain. That's all they do.
Yes,
I agree with you on that one.
but what was just said, the heck if I know.
I'm not even going to
There
label
you
myself
go,
a
Al.
Christian just because I have a really close relationship with Jesus. It doesn't. I'm not saying I'm a Christian. Again, I'm not religious. I do not follow any church. I have my own beliefs. Yes, I've read the Bible. I call it spiritual because I'm not going to conform myself and be labeled with any
Yep.
other group.
I agree. Actually, well, the word would be Gnostic, wouldn't it?
I don't even know or care because
Well,
you
no,
know what I mean. It's like,
that's the word that says you believe in like a god, whatever else, but not the whole. Yeah. Anyways,
well, as long as it's I don't know. I can't agree that I am one of those until I know the exact definition of that. Because
gotcha.
But you know what? If um so what I just said, that but at the same time, if that could be a testimony to someone, then I believe it should be told. If it's going to be a testimony that is going to speak to someone and leave them with a message in their heart, then I think it's okay to tell that story of whatever you did,
yeah,
whatever.
I'm telling you my experiences, but I don't expect you to follow anything because I did.
Exactly, exactly. It's and that's what. Anytime a message is put on my heart to share with y'all, it's not like saying you have to do this or you have to believe this or you have to take it away with you. It's just, it's there. It's just like advice. Take it or leave it. But if there's one person that needed to hear it, then I hope that that person heard it.
Well,
And
and on the other hand too, it's also like gets it off your chest in a way because like this crap
yes,
with this coworker getting killed, I didn't need to tell everybody about that, but me telling people about that kind of got it off my chest. All right, and it's not like
I
I
understand that.
expect anything or anything of it, but you guys have become my friends, so being able to tell you what was going on, that was I don't know, some
Exactly.
kind of release, some kind of release. And it's the same thing if you talk about an experience, especially a spiritual experience you've had. If you could share it with people that, want to hear it, that's a plus.
Yes. And that's why I started this talking about my mother because it's the good memories, it's the good songs, it's the good times, it's there were good times. The past 5 years, our relationship completely changed and for the better. And I'm thankful for that. I am so thankful for that because now she's gone. And so I have even more recent memories to carry throughout the rest of my life. And that's what I try to build with my children so that they have good memories. I don't want them to focus on anything bad. And so a lot of things I'll let slide by because I don't want, the worst thing for me to would be to have an argument with one of my kids and they go out and jump in the car and leave all mad and go out and have a wreck. It happens. And that would just that would be just devastating. That would be the worst. And so I always make sure that I tell them I love you and please be careful. And I mean, with this last month and a half, I've told them if I could put bubble wrap around every one of y'all, I would do it. I would keep you right here in my sight. I mean, you know, these highways, there's head-ons constantly. There's there's pileups. You just never know. My little grandson had to go to the emergency room with 104 temperature. You don't know what's going to happen. And so I think that is that one song John Rich does. It says his name, John Rich. Humble and kind. Maybe it's Tim McGraw. I don't know, but I think that is the key thing, is to be humble and kind to all. And the love is, I don't know about anybody else, but when your heart is so full of love, how can you, it's, it's, I just, I feel it. And I just, I share it. And I mean, I haven't met any of y'all in person, not one. I've tried, I'm trying to get there, but still, I still feel that, because we have all been together through all this BS that's been going on for the past 5 years. We've seen
Amen.
truth, and that's that's what we need to do, is get the truth out. That's how you gain knowledge. And we have seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. And it's we've done it together. And to me, this is like a family. And that's why I'm here with y'all tonight. That's why I was there with you yesterday, Carl, and that you let me fall asleep to a familiar voice. That I needed that so bad, was just to hear a familiar voice. And there's 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 people I would give anything to hear their voice, but that was taken away. And so yeah, y'all mean more to me than you can ever know. That's all there is to it.
Well, it's mutual, you know. It's mutual. I've told you that. I mean, there's been the last 4 years of my life, there's been some turmoil. And I didn't tell everybody about all of it, but I was here when I was going through those, you know, your mind is turbulent, you know, the turbulence in your mind over whatever you're going through. I could come here, people would welcome me, you know, hey, you know, just a greeting. There was a time years ago where I didn't talk to anybody for long periods of time, weeks. I wouldn't speak to no one. So, you know, I'd show up in a chat or something and, hey, you know, Carl, that actually made me feel pretty good at times, you know? So I do know what you mean. This community, in a way, has become a family because if I feel supported, I feel like people care about me. I know who genuinely cares about me. You know, I understand. I do, Bonnie. And, you
I
know,
fully. Sorry.
I understand also what you're saying about your mom because I told y'all how I grew up. I did not have a relationship with my mother as a child. You know, when I was probably about 8 years old, it started getting shitty, and it stayed shitty until I was in my 30s. And I had a conversation with her when I got older, where basically she admitted she was as wrong as I was, and I knew she fucking was. All right, just there was never any admission to that beforehand. There was too much control put on me. All right, and I rebelled against it, and it created a landslide. And that's basically, and just her, you know, admitting, hey, you know, I'm sorry, it was my fault too. I shouldn't have done this, and I shouldn't have done this. And by the way, you were right about that. Then I was able to go, Mom, I'm sorry. I know I was an asshole. I know I shouldn't have done this, and I, you know, and we had this one conversation that changed everything. All right, and the thing is about it is I grew up talk about God. I grew up hearing anytime it was mentioned, anytime that God or religion was mentioned, she goes, "There's no God." All right, that's what I grew up hearing from my mother, and she said it right up till about 10 years before she died, and all of a sudden she started believing. All right, and that meant something to me, and I'm just glad she went out that way because she had a rough fucking life. All right, and I understood that every time I'd hear her say there is no God, it may be referring to, you know, my dad's death or her mother's death, or all these other things that had happened to her in life, where she was mad, she was angry. And that's what a lot of times prevents people from having any faith, is the anger, the way they feel life is treating them.
Excuse me. Wasn't gonna leak. No, dang it.
Oh, you ain't crying because of me. How better not be.
No.
All right.
What are you, superwoman there, girl? Come on. You are most definitely allowed. I hear you, Campbell. See, and then on another coin,
Yeah.
my sorry, my mother is still around. She's going to be 88 in January. It's been, I don't know, 3-4 years now since I've talked to her. We're talking narcissistic. I'm very happy, unfortunately, to be away from her because she's a control freak. She has ruined so many things in my life. She has put a wedge between my sister and I and stuff. So I've had the opposite effect. It was like growing up, I loved my mother. I was her best friend. My parents divorced when I was 12, 13. Uh, but then I found out a whole different side to her. The whole thing was just ridiculous. It's like, and all I had was my mother, my father, and my sister. All relatives were over in Europe. So, yeah, it was tough. A whole different. I was so jealous of other people that had these huge families. But then, as time goes by, wow, you guys really have a lot of arguments and this and that. And so YouTube is my family, so to speak, especially since 2020. Can you guys hear the rain?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just curious.
I love the sound of it.
Never seen the rain coming down Sunday.
And I'm thinking, she likes pina colada
So what?
in the rain.
Mm. Yep. Wash away all the crap around the ground.
I love playing in the rain.
Okay, cool. God's throwing the ball.
I was
No
always fond of
lightning,
wet
so that's cool.
t-shirts. I was always fond of wet t-shirts.
I'm a
world change the subject.
I'm a water sign, so water. Yep. Rain, ocean, anything, water.
I had not paid attention. My moon is Cancer. I'm like, oh, no wonder I'm fighting myself. I'm a fire sign with a water moon. I'm like, oh. Anyways.
Well, I don't know what else I am. It's, I just know July is.
If you know your birth time and where you were born, it's an easy chart to put up through a website. I did mine. I was like, man, that was pretty accurate. It's pretty cool.
I do know that.
Yep.
Somebody asked for it. But I try not to be crabby. I don't know why it has to be a crab.
How many people are watching right now? Usually these religious subjects chases people away pretty quick.
23. It's going up and down. It's not. I don't.
I did notice before I came on, I was kind of watching it, whatever, and it was kind of sticking at 20. So you stayed average.
There's that saying always comes to mind: if you want people to like you, there's 3 things you shouldn't talk about, and that was religion, politics, and the great pumpkin.
And we talk about it all.
Oh, the pumpkin! The pumpkin! Sorry. Good Lord, listen to that, eh?
I just know this is the year. I just know this is the year the great pumpkin is going to show up.
And that's true about Libras. They look at both sides. And I try to do that also. And that's why I like to get different views and opinions on things. That's why I ask questions, because I know that I'm going to get a whole bunch of different answers. And so, yeah, I mean,
Astrological now, huh?
even
There's people
looking,
who, there's even people who say, "Oh no, that's bad too." You know,
yes, I know.
and it's like, and anyways, anytime anybody ever finds out what I am, my sign, they go, "Oh, one of those." You know, this is a bad rap for me, anyways, all the way around.
I know what you are. Yep, I hear you.
Are you a Virgo?
Nope,
No,
Okay.
he's a water sign.
I'm a Scorpio.
There you go.
Oh, okay.
You know, when you really piss a Scorpio off, that tail goes, get you. They're great. Just don't piss them off.
I have two
Is that
sons
fair?
that are Scorpio, and it's not a issue here.
Actually, I usually get along with most of them. Um, yeah,
No, I'm
it's
the
kind of funny.
crab, Cancer the crab.
But there's been a lot of scorpions I've noticed online. When you know me, I'm always, when's your birthday? What's your sign? Blah blah blah. Like, wow, there's a lot of scorpions online. I can tell you guys probably a few of them. You go, oh, I know that one and that one. You know me, I remember all this stuff. How I remember, I can't remember your name, kind of thing, but I'll remember your birthday, your sign.
And I don't know, um, I don't know. I don't know if it's a thing or not. One of my sons is Cancer also. He's very easygoing. Um, he does have anger issues because he lets himself get with some stupid people, but um, otherwise he makes friends easily. He's and well, even the all my kids do. They do. They just I don't know.
See
That's
what
why
people.
I don't know about the signs.
Well, see, that's kind of the thing. There's so much more. Like, that's why I always call that newspaper thing with the horoscopes in it the horrible scopes. Because you can't generalize everybody into one lump sum. Um, there's so much detail in a
Real.
person's chart when they're born. Even though, yes, your birthday puts you in there and you're a Cancer, but your moon sign makes an influence. Time you're born makes an influence. There's a variety of different things that changes you. So it's yeah, it's interesting. I've read up on it, and it's always been a thing of mine to kind of look at somebody, kind of try to figure them out before I know it, just to see if what I have learned in the past kind of really actually kind of makes sense. I don't know. Just it's for me, it's just amusement. Whatever. I don't take it too seriously because as I have to look at it, the world is our playground. Make it what you want. This is what we have made reality, and the truth is when we go home. So just
I
have
don't know.
fun with it.
Speaking of Facebook, though, back when I did do it, there were, they would post these horoscope type memes that would show the traits of each different
Oh
sign.
yeah, I remember
And
those.
I'm here to tell you that everyone I saw about Scorpio made me out to be some mean bastard. All right, every one of those was like, oh yeah, So I guess Scorpios are just mean, and ornery, and that just fits me so well, don't you think?
Well, no. My two boys were kind of like that when they were young, but not now. Um, and then I have a Libra, I have a Sagittarius, I have an Aquarius. Aquarius are very strong, independent,
Private and don't mess with my shit.
very strong and independent. I, I
My
am
ex-husband and now my boss. I'm like, oh, kill me.
in the
Sorry.
Sagittarius. She's she talks like so mean and angry, but underneath that is a heart of gold. So I don't know. 6 kids raised all the same. They're all different. They just
That's right.
love every one of them. They're they're mine.
If they were all the same, wouldn't that be boring?
The Libra one, yeah. She's mm, I don't quite know how to answer that. Emotional.
Camo, when was your birthday?
She can flip.
I'm not telling that because that's one of the ways they hack you.
True. I was just gonna, okay, let's put it this way. Is your birthday anywhere, say, from a 19 to a 22?
Well, that's narrowing it down.
I'm a Scorpio. That should narrow it down.
Well, yeah, I know that. But see, when you're born on the what they call a cusp of a sign, so if you're within 3 days of where the sign is transitioning,
No, I'm solid. I'm a solid Scorpio.
Solid as a rock. Well, I can.
People have told me that too when you're on the cusp, and nope, I am pure Cancer. Anything I have read about it, emotional, mother to all, it's all of that.
Yep. Yep, for sure. It's like reading up on myself. Yep, it's about the only thing. See, okay, here's an example. So, Sagittarius are the freedom lovers. I mean, we love our religion, we love our philosophy and traveling and all this kind of stuff. But they say tying the Sagittarius down to, household and this and that, whatever, it's not usually something they want. But because of the time of birth I am, that makes me a Capricorn on the rise. And that's what makes me enjoy is being settled earth-like down and having kids and whatever else. Most Sagittarians are going to want to be flighty and all over the place. And yeah. The last ones that want to get married.
And yes, I see that with my Sagittarius daughter. She's I'll just put it this way. It would take one heck of a man to handle her.
That's what I say about my daughter. She's an Aries, fire sign too. So it's like I kind of look at an Aries as a step up of Sagittarius is more of a relaxed, fiery energy and whatever, where an Aries is more of an aggressive, fiery energy and I gotta have more of my way. And yeah.
But doesn't it seem to be different with men and women also?
Oh, for sure. Well, see, and that's just it. There is a bit of a difference because of the sexes and being that sign and the traits, whatnot. But there's so much more in your chart when you're like certain planets can line up and there can be like a squaring of planets, a triangle setup. There's other things that can affect your chart when you're born. And and that's where I kind of go, it's really not random because people that are really good astrologers that know how to read a whole chart, whatever, they know how to pinpoint certain areas in your life where, okay, watch out for this, watch out for that, because of the way planets are aligned and whatnot. Like, you look at, say, celebrities that die at a certain time or a certain date and whatever, you go, oh yeah, look at their planets lining up at that day. Yeah, they weren't meant to, that was meant to happen. Out you go.
So
I
what
look
is
at it quite a bit different. I don't see any magical connection with the stars. I don't. But I see things like if a baby was born in a cold climate,
Hmm.
that's going to be more likely to be attuned to that cold climate, right? Probably be a little more miserable than a baby that was born in a perfect like 70 degree, especially if they have to endure their first weeks of their life in like, a rough environment. It could be the same thing with heat, if it was
I was gonna
born
say
in the,
it's same
you know,
here.
and and that may things like that I could see molding the traits of a person to be similar with others, you
Yeah,
know.
I agree.
But even with like I was saying about those, I don't know, meme traits, whatever you call about those horoscopes I used to see, very few of those actually fit and describe me correctly. All right, and that was my point. Is the Scorpios get a bad rap, but you can't really look at something like, okay, that chick's an Aries. There's no way that you should date her because she's going to be crazy. You can't, I
Yeah,
would never judge somebody by what month they were born, all right? Because there's going to be
I
exceptions.
fully agree with that, Camel. That's the
I
funny thing.
do
I have
too.
followed all
That
this. I was told that a rooster in Chinese horoscope is great for the snake that I am. And then now my ex-husband was an Aquarian. Oh yeah, it's great for Sagittarius. So both sides are supposed to be so great. Yeah, biggest a-hole ever in my life and destroyed me for 20 years. So so I'm saying I kind of take things lightly. Like, sure, when I look at a chart of somebody who was born at this time, this date, whatever, and you read the description, it seems to really fit a person. Like, and I have to be fair. I did somebody's chart that I knew very, very well, and when I read the chart, there was a certain section that I went, "Oh wow, that's almost kind of like creepy to read this and know what this person's like." I was like, "Okay, that really kind of pegged it." So I don't know. I,
what is
I
what's
don't know how it all works. Sorry, I don't know if it's
You can see
energy
it,
from plants. I don't know how, but I just find it amusing. I don't make it my life. I'm not going to run my day around a horoscope.
what is lunar astrology?
Lunar's the moon.
Yes, but what is that? What's lunar astrology? I never heard that.
I was going to say I'm
It's
not
just
really
you can see
sure
the
about lunar
sign.
astrology, but I mean there are phases of the moon that if you're paying attention to a full moon and a new moon, there are cause and effect from new moons and full moons because of the energy around it. It's like at Christmas time, say there's a new moon or a full moon at Christmas. Oh, there's going to be even more suicides than normal just
Well,
because
it
of the
affects
energy
the
flow.
tides.
Yeah,
It also affects the tides.
yeah.
It's good to see you, Kush
Hey
and Tom.
Tom, watching doves and sparrows. Love it.
Ooh, doves. Ooh, I don't know about Jean Claude. Sorry, Anne. I stopped following him and the other chick a long time ago. Don't like the
Whoops,
attitudes.
I thought I could.
I would not be a person that would want to brag about buying this nice house because of people donating to me. There's just
I don't like to rely on any of that stuff, especially
It's
like luck. That's why I was saying, like when we're talking about games, the reason chess is my favorite game is because there is no chance. There's no roll of the dice. There's no picking cards. There's no spin of a dial. If you make a mistake in chess, it's your own mistake. All right. There's nothing's left to chance. You're in complete control of that. And there's not many games that are like that. Even especially computer games. I played chess against a computer game once. I got a brand new computer, and it came with some games, and I saw it was chess, so I played the game, and I whooped that game the first time. Very first game I ever played it, I beat it, and then I could never beat it again. It was like it said, "Okay, motherfucker, you're never gonna do that again." And it's like, all right, that felt a little fixed, all right. But yeah, I don't believe in luck. I don't like to take chance. I don't buy lottery tickets. I have never bought a scratcher. I just don't do that stuff. No mystics for me. No crystal balls. I have had people like, the palm readers and stuff look at my hands actually years apart. And both of them said the same thing. Wow, you're not even supposed to be alive. Then they said my lifeline was interrupted multiple times. Well, that's obviously not right because I'm still here. So I never put much into all that.
I could just have a whole conversation with Al.
Yeah, he never comes on the panel. I bet it'd be a hoot if he did.
I know. He said he wouldn't know how if he tried. So you can think that you're in love. So how do you get rid of that thought that doesn't seem to go away?
Oh no, it doesn't, Bonnie. I'm telling you. Even the one that kicked me to the curb over playing with a deck of tarot cards, still to this day, I'm just like, if it wasn't for that, would it have worked? We just, I don't know. But, and then I kind of go, oh, at the same time, there are supposed to be parallel realities that go on that are just not in a physical reality, but different outcomes of things. Had you chosen this, had you chosen that down this road and whatnot, the options are endless. Yeah. But we choose what we want to do in this life.
Well, I need to see what that means because I have never heard of it. Wait,
Huh? What are we talking about? Oh, the pheromones, you mean?
Yeah. Looks like there are multiple matches for.
Pheromones are okay. Animals
Chemical
in heat.
substances that are secreted by one organism and received by another with the same species to trigger a social. Oh, okay. I won't repeat anymore.
I just gonna say, the lion over there wants to get on with the lioness.
It's not just that though. Some predators actually sense the pheromones from fear. It's not just an attraction.
Yes, that's true too. And I say that, it's funny you say that because I was looking at clips and whatnot, and people were staying still in the savannah, whatever, because all of a sudden, they're trying to video or take pictures, and they got lions all of a sudden kind of walking up on them unexpectedly. If you move or make the wrong move, not good.
And some bacon got me married. That's great.
There's a guy here that works here at the upholstery shop, and every time he walks out of the building, a bee flies up in his face, or a spider falls on his shoulder, or something. And it doesn't happen to anybody else. It's only him. I could sit out there for an hour and nothing's going to fly up in my face. But the minute this guy steps outside, they're right in his face. And he is, oh shit, I got to, he dodges. And I'm allergic to these fuckers. Oh shit. I honestly think he's putting out some type of fear pheromone, and every little insect in this alley knows it.
Does he wear a cologne?
Yeah, I told him about that too.
Yep. Oh yeah.
It's not just the colognes. It's people put all kinds of things on themselves. There's hair products and skin products and makeups and deodorants and soaps and oh my god, and if you read the ingredients to these things, it's it's something I was told about in the 70s. All them hippies and stuff warned me about all that when I was young. I don't use any of that stuff.
Yeah.
I haven't.
Yeah.
I never liked patchouli, and I don't know why. It just, it's, I like citrusy smelling stuff. But there are some colognes.
I
I
got a couple colognes in my desk, or if I was going out or something, I would use it. But I don't use it all the time. That's a special occasion type thing.
Same with me. Well, I mean, if I'm going to a function because I smoke, you know, it's like, yes, put on a little perfume.
I got hooked on something called a Thai deodorant stone. It's actually a block of salt. And what it does, instead of perfuming you up, it kills any trace of any bacteria, which is the cause of the odor in the first place. So you take this white stone, it looks like a big smooth block of salt, and you just rub it on your armpit, and it completely kills any odor. It doesn't have any fragrance to it. And it's highly recommended if you're something like a hunter or somebody who you don't want to be smelled by other critters or, people, other people in the woods, even. And I've used that for decades now, and I'd highly recommend it. And I love that stuff. And I get bummed when I can't find it. It's not like I really need deodorant all the time, but when I do, it's nice to have that.
See, that's a good one. Think you hilarious too. I'm not saying don't use Bible verses. You've always done that, and you've always put really good ones. There's the song has really been um, a help through these times. I'm not saying I don't read the Bible. I'm just saying that I've seen people use scripture to control people, make them think their way, sort of.
The
That's,
Tarkin doctrine, fear for
yeah,
control. It says fear will keep the local systems in order. There's actually a whole thing, a nerd thing on that, Bonnie. It's called the Tarkin Doctrine. It started in that 1977 Star Wars film, the very first one, when that old guy was talking to Darth Vader about the Death Star. He was talking, fear will keep the local systems in order. Fear of this battle station, you know?
yeah,
And it's really been a true thing throughout all of history. But the nerds latched onto that, and then there's the wiki pages and stuff over this because it's like a whole known way to control people. If you just like with COVID, all right, that's a perfect example. Oh my God, you're gonna die. You got to do this, and people did it.
yeah. Kush, I'm glad you're here. Natural mist.
I didn't realize it was unmuted. Sorry. Been listening to the rain. I am going to take off. It is 1:00 here for me, and I've been up since the crack of dawn.
All right.
So I love you all.
Good
And
night, Gigi.
Good night, Gigi.
It's always interesting anyway.
never a dull moment with me. I know. We shall talk again. Love you all. God bless. Stay safe.
You too.
Mwah.
Take care. Love you. She's a mess. That's when she was talking a while ago. I was like, where's Victor? Asking for translation. She gets on a roll.
I have my moments, so I don't have much room to talk.
We all do. It is what it is. Do you see much news?
No, not really. I was on here quite a bit today and other people's shows and stuff, but no,
I
didn't go
saw,
looking much.
I saw Bushcraft talking about the corn sweats. It seems to be getting around.
Yeah, what can they try next to scare us?
Think it could. Well, I don't think it's to scare. I think it's to um, destroy. I mean, almost everything has corn in it. Just about. It's that's one of the first things grown here for a reason. um, I did see one though that surprised me. California, believe it or not, is what? Are you snickering? No.
Me?
Yes.
No. I wasn't. You're snickering. I'm not snickering.
Where's it at? Right here. Um, California is making a law. They've 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 made the law. They're just waiting for the governor to sign off on it. So like these all the what they're trying to do is all the public and charter schools are going to be banning any foods with the dyes in it. The
They do in other countries, which is ridiculous.
yes,
There's so many other countries that won't allow what they're feeding us here.
yes, and I thought, okay, the dyes are a start because and it so included in the bill include red 40, yellow 5, yellow 6, blue 1, blue 2, and green 3.
See, now I remember many years ago that they banned red 40, or it was
Yes,
maybe they banned a different red and replaced it with red 40 or something like that.
yeah,
And yeah, so this is nothing new. They've probably been going, well, you know, what's
and
it hurt?
that's,
It only takes 20 years off a person's lifespan,
and
What
that's
big
it.
deal
My
is that?
mother was allergic to the red 40, and I have a granddaughter that's allergic to it. And so it's saying um, red 40 is a synthetic dye made from petroleum. Well, we know what that does. And then, uh,
I don't know if they banned it, but they banned certain things. This was decades ago that there was something about the red dye and it was no longer in certain products. I don't remember all the details. I just remember that happened.
hey, Creek Squad, good to see you. Um, and then it says that all these studies are being done, and that they're gonna get more into the study. It will also ban the coloring agent titanium dioxide, which is used frequently in sunscreens, cosmetics, paints, and plastics. The bill was sent to California Governor Gavin Newsom, and if approved, will go into effect beginning 2028. Good grief. The study was done in 2012, but it shows the countries at the end, and that's what I'm looking for, that don't allow. Those countries include Norway, Finland, France, Austria, and the United Kingdom that have already banned all this. Food and Drug Administration in the United States has approved food dyes like Red 40. So there you go. The FDA, I'm telling y'all, I've been saying that to me, that would be the first one we need to challenge is the FDA because they just keep on.
Well, Creek said it.
Allowing everything.
Creek summed it all up with one little comment.
Yes.
It's what it feels like, you know. I've said it before, and it's how I felt. I've been saying this for a long time. All right, I really believe there is something to that. Why else would they put this crap in our food and our products? Why would they? Why would
Yeah.
we have so much cancer in this world? All right, how many people in your life? Anybody here? How many people in their life has had cancer or died of cancer? At young ages even. It's just
Yeah.
it's like we've poisoned our environment. Everything that we consume has a trace amount of it, and we just keep absorbing it. And it's like, yeah, I think we're in trouble on that because nobody's even making a strong effort to clean it up or to stop. It's always something else.
Yeah. Yeah. They need to ban all the chemicals and everything that they're putting in it. Processing milk. What is the purpose of that? Good whole milk is the way you should drink it. Once they process it, cheese. When they process the cheese, anything processed, it, it just then they just mess it all up.
Yeah, and they say it's for preservatives and all these other things, but yeah, I haven't trusted that for a long time. And it
Mm,
seems like, I guess it's not that the populace ignores it or doesn't do anything about it, or just it's more like the media is in control of what we know or what we're told. So even if a whole bunch of people were putting up a fuss about it, we might not even hear about it.
yeah,
It's this whole system we're under is controlled by people who don't like America. So I'm suspicious of all of that.
yeah. It's definitely the puzzle pieces are coming together, and everyone here has figured it out.
Yeah, that's another thing is the way they have us in a box. You notice there's very rarely we get new people here unless they're trolling it. It's
Mm,
always the same people, and I find that perplexing considering we're on a platform that used to have a lot of people used to have lives, and there'd be 2,000 people there. People knew coming and going all the time. There was a lot going on, but ever since this clamp down that happened went about the same time that COVID was released. It's like I think they have us on our own little network, where they don't promote you, they don't show other people what we're doing. You're just like in a corner over there. So the chances of you really growing or anything, it was never going to happen anyways. It's like,
right.
and then I know that they've targeted us because of our beliefs. I imagine anytime we talk about God or country or Trump or any of that, okay, he's one of those. We're going to put him over
Yeah.
there.
I
Don't
have.
worry about, don't worry about fixing his technical issues. Just let that go and work on the other guys.
Yeah. But I have seen people come into the chat and say, for some reason, this was recommended to me. What do y'all talk about? Or what's this about? What's.
I've seen that same statement so many times that that's a suspicious statement to me when they come in there saying that. Like, hey, what's this all about? I was recommended this channel. That to me, that's almost like that's like the opening salvo of a troll to me.
Hi, Andy. Good to see you. Andy, you able to come up? Friday.
What's up, Andy?
Sure,
Sorry
she's
about the train, folks.
busy moving stuff or something. That's what my daughter's doing. They had to be out. Tomorrow's their last day. They've got to be out of their rent house. And so she's been making trips all day long to pack up what's left. That's that's right, Greg. Hang out and find out. It can be different any given day. Obama's wife is offering healthy food for children everywhere. Yep. Praise God that worked for you, Cheryl. I just I I just don't know. I've seen the different treatments for different people and it's like, man, I just don't know.
Have you seen the ones that come into the chats? Oh, bunch of old people,
Mm, yeah. And
or or even seen a lot of them come into the chats going, Trump lost, man, or Trump's gonna lose, or that's how they enter the chat. So it's kind of obvious what's gonna happen here.
Lauren's troll.
Hey, Wendy said she might be able to come up. Did you drop the link for her?
Oh, getting it.
The chat all of a sudden, moves, and there's like 6 new
Yes.
comments.
Yeah, I missed it. I was reading Kush.
Man, what happened to all those sex bots and trolls? Remember, they used to come in droves and post the same things in the chat over and over. There was like attacks on channels. Remember all that?
Yes. I
I
guess,
mean,
maybe it was a test. See who stuck around. Because a lot of channels didn't. I don't know.
right. When I first started talking in chats, even after the first couple times I went on a panel, I would have never thought it would have lasted this long, and I'd have
Hmm.
met this many people, and that I would become attached to something. It just would have. I never would have thought that back
Oh,
then.
I know. If somebody would have told me 6 years ago, you're going to meet all these people and they're going to be amazing. And I'd be like, how?
Or even that I would get in and talk to a bunch of people, because that's not like me in the first place, right? It's like
Same. Yes. Not,
I was the one that would never get up in front of a class and talk. And I don't care. You can give me a bad
yep,
grade. I'm doing it. All right. That was me.
yep, same. It, that's why when I kept trying to quit and there's the push and I'd be like, Why me? What is going on here? What am I supposed to say? And then it's changed. Like each year, it seems to change of how it goes. I don't know.
Well, that's another thing is I was kind of naive. I would have thought that it would have been a simpler thing. But you've had all that. We've gone through a lot of shit in the last 5 years on YouTube. All right, there's a lot of people that have passed away. There's a lot of people that created dramas and disappeared. There's a lot of people. There's been a lot going on. It's been like a high school all over again or some shit too. The feelings and the dramas and all that stuff. Way more than I would have expected. I probably would have steered clear of it if I would have known really about all that. I'm glad I stuck it out because of the friend thing, But on the
Yeah.
other hand, it's like, yeah, it's been kind of a weird adventure. Yeah, Kush, I haven't seen you on a panel in a long time.
Yes, Kush, that's the link to the panel. And hilarious too. That is so true because I am going through stuff and it's like, okay, if it has sentimental value, I'm keeping it most likely. But if it's something that I don't use, that's not useful, that it's going. I'm clearing out so much and it feels good to clear out the junk.
I think I'm at expert level on all that. All right. I mean,
Well, yeah, because you have, I can imagine with that small a space and
well,
you
I
have,
can tell you what your future is. The more you do of what you're doing, the better you're going to feel.
yes,
I mean, I got rid of sentimental things, but I may have kept something else that reminded me of that person, and that's what I've got. Even my mother would buy me things as gifts that I really wanted. I've got this Cabela's. It was like a $300 table. It's called the Ultimate Table. It's a metal folding table for outdoor use, and I
yeah,
cherish that thing. All right, and it's something I use. So
yeah.
it's not something I'm gonna ever have to get rid of or sacrifice. And I have a lot of stuff like that I've gotten from people over the years. I try to have at least one thing from each person that's meant something to me. So every time I use it, hey, I'm thinking of that person. And I got quite a bit of that, but it's all useful stuff. I don't keep knickknacks and paddywhacks or any of that. It's got to have a use or I can't carry it.
Let's see if it works.
Hey,
Hey, it did
thanks for
work.
having me up.
Thanks for coming up. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. We're this feels like it's been a marathon of a month,
Oh, I know.
but we've also been purging quite a bit of stuff. We've given so much away and just, packing, going through everything and trying to get rid of everything we can and, we still have way
Yes,
too much.
that's my granddaughter. We were going through her toys here, and there's things from when she was just a tiny baby. And
Mhm.
I said, do you want to give this to your brother or do we want to give it to another child? And she's like, oh, okay, he might like that. Especially the crinkly, he loves the crinkly noise.
Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah,
And
my kids play more with cardboard boxes and building forts and
mhm,
Legos. Those are like the main things they play with, and then outside. So we've gotten
yes,
rid of a lot of toys.
that's, she has one gift that she received that is the best thing. And I think it's on Amazon. It's a, it's, hers is pink, but it's got a black slate front and it almost looks like a chalkboard and it comes with this little pen and you draw on it and then it's got a button to erase it.
Yeah, those
Kind
are
of
called
like
doodle
a
boards.
doodle board.
Doodle, like you're drawing like a doodle. Yep.
Okay.
Or
She
boogie boards in the
carries that around. She'll use it as like a restaurant order. She'll
yeah.
she'll squiggle some lines on there. Okay, here's the menu. What would you like?
Yeah.
And
My
so
kiddos. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just checking stuff, and she goes, "So what is that?" And I said, "Well, you're the one that wrote it out there. You should know what it is." Nope, I have to tell her. And then she goes to the refrigerator and starts getting all the ingredients out. And I'm like,
Oh,
well, wait
cute.
a minute. I thought we were doing the pretend thing.
Right.
This is not happening.
Yeah.
Put the dozen eggs back because I could see them all over the floor. No.
Yep. That's cute. I love all the imaginative play of this age, you know?
Yes.
Yeah, my kids, for a while, they went through a phase where they were putting on like different plays and musicals for themselves every night. But my son's older, so he gets to kind of be the boss. But so he's the one usually sort of, taking charge. But my daughter would always be like the stage manager, and she used that little doodle board as her little notepad, like she was taking notes on what to do.
That kid's organizational skills are going to be,
Yeah, that's my daughter for sure.
I was fixing to say us and our notes.
Right.
Spiral notebooks full, and I'm not getting rid of those. There is so much information in those from the past 5 years. If somebody says something, I'm like, oh, I gotta write this down.
That's great.
And hilarious too. Yes, I've had that happen, thinking that something was junk, and 2 years later, I wish I had that.
Oh yeah. Always let's make Murphy's Law hard at work.
Yeah. So are y'all in yet, or?
No, we're not in yet. Good to see you, Kush. I was just checking the chat real quick. Good to see you, Gmon, everybody in chat. Much love. I kind of came in and then didn't even get to see anything and just jumped up here.
That's what I did too. It's like, okay, would I step in?
Yeah. We move in. We're house sitting for friends of ours, and we're here until the 5th. And on the 5th, which is next Thursday, and then that day is when we start our lease at our rental house. And so we are moving in there that day too. So it's going to be kind of crazy.
Whoa.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's been just like a month of crazy. But once we get in,
short time it took to explain that just now, I had all these memory flashes of the nightmare of moving.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yep.
That's another thing about getting rid of your shit. It's a lot less to move.
Yes, well, exactly.
Once I get the truck back together and everything back in there again, I don't have to do that for a long. It's going to stay there a long ass time.
Yeah. I know there's still a lot more we're going to get rid of when we take things back out of storage too, because we moved everything into storage.
Yes.
So it's just going to be a whole nother mess getting everything out again. But we're the place we're renting is actually partially furnished. So there's only, a few pieces of furniture, and then, obviously our day-to-day stuff that we'll be getting out of storage, and all our preps.
I hope you didn't have to get a storage locker or any of that. That stuff gets expensive quick.
Well, the funny thing is we already had one, and we went to rent a second one and kind of transfer everything into it. And we got one that's twice the size, and it's less per month at the same facility. It's
that
less.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's less than it was for what we'd been paying for the smaller one. So, yeah, we're not thrilled to have to still have this big rental unit, but it is what it is. And it works out well. It feels like everything's just kind of falling into place the way it's supposed to, Nice when that happens.
Hey, Bunny. Can you hear me?
Yes, I could.
Greetings, Cindy.
Good to
Kana.
see
What's
you.
up, Chris?
Blessings to you.
And that's how you know when it's right, when
Yeah.
it just falls into place. When I bought this place, that's what happened. It just, that, that I found this for the price I found it for was a miracle. And then everything just kept snowballing, falling right into place. And
Yep. That's how
yeah.
this has kind of been. The place, rent is crazy around here,
Hmm.
and it's almost impossible to find a house anything close to what we're going to be paying. And what we're paying is basically the same as what we've been paying the last 3 years to rent out. Like
Yeah.
oh, hold on a second.
So, Kush, how are you doing?
Sorry about that.
I'm all right. I'm all right. Thanks the Lord. Uh,
I'm
and yeah, enjoying like the cooling morning. It's been hot during the day, and and in a way, it's like this is how it goes with like when we go through the fiery trials in our lives. It's the same. After we go through that trial, we enjoy the sweetness of the Lord in our spirit, and His care and caress after we've gone through some fiery trial that can be like the sickness or whatever else that we have that we face through, and that we also read in the Scripture. Yeah,
awesome. Yeah,
yeah,
your description of watching the birds, that's what I do. Just go sit out there on the deck and whoops, we
yeah.
lost.
I do enjoy that place and where they are. I'll try and show
You know
you
what, Kush?
a little bit of thing from here.
You know, the way I see it, Kush, is life might be a bowl of pits, but oh, that one cherry you
It's
find
a
is
bee.
really good.
It's a bee. It's a bee enjoying the nectar on.
Oh, wow.
Yay! Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there are several ones. Okay, and this is a rose of Sharon.
I'm going to
So
enlarge it so we can see it better.
yes, and
The
there is a
rose,
sunlight.
rose of Sharon,
Sunlight.
what you call
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is the rose of Sharon. You know, and this
yes.
is the color. Like it's like the violet color. One of the colors.
it?
And
Don't sleep
there is a
too
fruit
hard.
garden.
Whoops.
There is a fruit garden over there. This is so relaxing to enjoy the bees over here.
I had
I was
roses.
so blessed during the lockdowns. These are some marigolds over
Um,
here.
Those ones I
These are some,
know.
and those are um, rose bushes, and their petals are like heart shape, and it's a reminder of our Heavenly Father's heart. They are white when they come out. They are red in the beginning, like a reminder of His blood for us, and the white that the new life that He has given us in spirit, sanctification, through His blood. And when they come out, they are white. And those are some pomegranates over there, and
Hold
these
on,
are
you said
olive trees.
pomegranate? Did you say pomegranates?
Yes,
I've never even seen a pomegranate plant. I used to get those back in the 70s all the time.
or apples. Oh, are they apples? They probably are apples because this is not mine. Either pomegranates or apples. And so, yeah. And this is like ivies that you can also, it's another reminder of the heart shapes of the people. This is an olive tree, small one, you see, and yeah, and there are several others. And these are linden trees, reminder of the Lord's healing. You know, it's been so great that He cares and loves us all. So that's what it is for now. But okay, I hope you've enjoyed this.
Yes, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, yeah, you are
Beautiful.
so welcome. So welcome. We have a generous dad, you know.
Yes.
I love
I'm
seeing
so
the
blessed, and
wildlife
then
and
to
stuff.
have one another.
Mm-hmm.
Thank the Lord, you know,
So
for every one of you, dear
I have
saints. Okay.
to tell you, this all connects because I saw the title of your stream, Bonnie, and my daughter and I recorded the hymn in the garden tonight, which
Oh, really?
was my mom's favorite hymn and includes the lyric from your title. And
Yes.
then here Krish is showing us the title. I mean, the garden.
Yes.
So
In the Garden of Eden, baby. Don't
not
you
that one.
know that?
I love it when it all falls into place like it's supposed to.
Right? Yep. And Lady Campion actually did help me with something, and I told her this too, but she did a song today in memory of her mom as well. So it was kind of, all the synchronicities.
Wow, that's great.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, he
Definitely.
has a hand in it.
Right?
I just like seeing all the different stuff that grows and runs around in different areas. It's different from the plants and trees and from my area. I like to see all the stuff that grows elsewhere.
Yeah,
Yeah,
me too.
that's when I was married, where we built our house, there were 3 rows of Sharon trees already planted there, and I loved them. They have such
I've
pretty
never
blooms.
even heard of that one.
I hadn't either until I moved there and asked, "What are these?" Because my neighbor had them too, and she said they're rows of Sharons. I said, "Awesome!" And then I planted a crepe myrtle
Ooh,
and
pretty.
the wisteria, and of course rose bushes.
Beautiful.
I love plants, and every morning when I wake up, the hibiscus are blooming, and they're such big red, just beautiful blooms. And every day I take pictures of them, like they're going to change day to day, but I just keep taking pictures of them.
Hibiscus sound right down my alley.
Cute, Carl.
Hibiscus. Let's see. I think I have one actually. Yep, that's it. Look how red that is. It's just like, uh-oh, lost Kush.
Yeah, my connection went wonky for a second too.
Yeah, I saw you were having a little bit of trouble staying in.
Yeah.
I will not enjoy having nothing if there is to. I have a lot. It's just I've been selective on what I keep. All right. I got rid of a lot of stuff, but I have a little portable library and I have my sewing machines and I have, my tools and yeah, I don't want to give that stuff up. There's a lot of
Right.
stuff I can't give up. I need that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, this time around in moving, we had a lot more preps to pack up and store than ever before, which is a good thing. but obviously we're not getting rid of those. So
Hey,
What's up,
Hawk.
Hawk?
See you.
see you, Hawk.
See, Hawk can relate.
He was on the same wavelength there, Carl.
Yeah. I'll drop the link again. If he can grace us with his presence, we'll see.
Yeah, I'm excited. That's another thing I'm excited about the house that we're getting. They have a really nice garden already started in their backyard.
Oh, awesome.
So yeah, it's a little late to plant anything here, but I'm hoping to see what they have, and lots of berries in the backyard too, which are in season right now. So
Okay.
we're hoping they're still there in another week. We're gonna go gather them.
Well, you're painting a pretty good picture of a nuclear family, and all I can say, Indy, is well done.
Well, thanks.
Yep.
It's a roller coaster, that's for sure. But yeah, it feels like everything's moving a good direction, which is nice, you know?
That is great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went out and my tomatoes, they're blooming, but they're not producing. And so I trimmed as many suckers as I could off of them. They're looking pretty naked now, but even trimmed.
Say naked again for us, will you?
Why? Naked. Hi, Hawk. How are you?
I'm doing all right. How you kids doing? Besides getting into trouble. I see what's going on here.
Carl likes to make fun of the way I talk.
Oh, I figured he was just into your biscuits. You
Well,
know, I'm just saying, you know, there's a time and a place for everything.
You know what I always say, Hawk, is I did it all for the cookies.
You know, hey, you know, you live like you gotta live, baby. Live like you gotta live. You know?
I can tell it's after midnight.
right.
Well, it's only 10:41 here, but you know, it's nonetheless, you know, I could use me one of them biscuits right now.
Yeah, I got to roll another one.
You've been showing some good stuff, Hawk. I saw this on Hawks, and I saw this on Hawks.
You know, I spend about, I think I'd have to say about five hours a day just going through the feeds.
Yeah.
I've been enjoying your streams a lot, Hawk.
Yeah.
I usually, they're one of the first ones I usually get to during the day and just get to have it kind of on in the background and check in and on chat every once in a while and catch up on some news. It's great. Go down some rabbit holes sometimes.
There's nothing wrong with rabbit holes,
No,
as long as you're not losing your mind in the process.
Right.
You know, that's the big thing that most people tend to overlook. Okay. You know, it's one thing to jump in and, you know, like dig on something on a political level. You know, that's one kind of digging. Mm-hmm. But to start digging into the real world history, you know, I mean, so many things have been hidden from us. It's like that's why I like my lunch break.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a guy, he goes through all of these historical records and is just really showing more and more bravado. You know, I would almost have to call it bravado, where it comes to those things that he finds. You know, to discover that 90% of these places have all burned down, but the buildings look exactly the freaking same. You know,
or they changed facades just slightly, or the years that are on them, weird
Yep.
things.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's and those are all things that we need to see and to be able to recognize, in order to get a real gist as to the deception that's been played on us. I mean, they tell us that, uh, we're only going to get like, 40 to, maybe 40 to 50% of all of the information that, that we've been missing all these years. When it really boils down to it, it's like, how many people can actually deal with that? Just that 30 to 40%. That's a lot. That's a lot of information to take in, and it's like the level of deception is probably the biggest thing, because once we realize the level of deception, then at that point then we really get to begin growing as a community, not just individual.
We need access to 3 or 4 places, Hawk. All right. We need access to the Smithsonian Institute's archives. We need access to the National Archives, the Vatican Archives, and maybe Area 51.
Yeah. Yep.
I can't argue with that. But I mean, Area 51 in itself, people are going to find out, is more of a child trafficking scenario more than anything else. It's there might be some Nephilim bodies and evil entities, but for the most part, these evil people or evil entities are allowed to survive as long as they're giving knowledge and they're given what they need in order to survive. And what is that? The children. Enough is enough. Our children aren't for sale. And that's gonna be one of the big key things is getting people to understand the depth of what this deception is in the sense of how do we get to move forward.
Yeah, I agree with that. The moving forward seems to be where we're all kind of spinning our wheels in some way.
Yep.
A lot of us have learned so much in the last few years, or at least for myself, it's been the last few years. I know for some people like you, Hawk, and for you, Carl, and maybe for you too, Bonnie, it's been a lot longer. But it seems like for everyone, it's kind of picked up the pace the last few years. But then it's like, what are we going to do about it? That's the trickiest part of it, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. And the thing is that's where the mentality of I'm just one person, what am I supposed to do about it?
Right.
Comes in. Well, the thing is that when you got 300 million people that are all thinking that exact same thing, it's just finding a way to get everybody on the same page.
There's an old saying, the world will be destroyed by those who do nothing.
Yep.
Yep. Well, and I think that's, part of how we all have connected with each other is that we're all asking the same questions and trying to, sift through the same information.
Yep.
And that helps us connect. And I think the more, all of us, all 4 of us up here, and a lot of the people in the chat too, we're, helping have these facilitate these conversations more and more. And I think that is important.
Now, 4 years ago, everybody thought I was nuts.
Well, I still think you're a little nuts sometimes, Hawk. I mean,
yeah. What do you mean, like thought in the past tense?
Right.
But it's like now they're looking at it saying,
you're just starting to feel like you fit in because people have thought I was crazy all my life. All right.
Well, do you know how hard it is to get everybody else up to your level of crazy before you're accepted? I mean,
that's what I was trying to figure out, Hawk, because nobody calls me crazy here. So either I wasn't crazy or all of you are crazy.
Hey, Annie, chat.
See,
Good to see you, Anti.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, for me, I think it was kind of like a Band-Aid being ripped off with everybody thinking I was nuts. And now, honestly, there's not very many people that I talk to from before about all these things, because it's like talking to a wall. It's, they're living in a completely different world still.
And we love you, Andy. I mean, you fit right in. What's that say?
Like you said, it either means I'm nuts or, we're the sane ones. What's that
It
quote?
is. It's
In an insane world, I don't know. I can't remember the quote, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that lunchbox one also.
Yeah, my lunchbox is what
Yes.
it goes by, and it's and YouTube has not been kind to him at all. Has not been kind to him. So many of these organizations that he calls out because of the buildings that they're in, they just treat him like caca. Totally ridiculous. And it's but he's consistent. He keeps going, and that's what the objective is.
Yeah. What do we need that we don't know
Well, there's a pill. No, I'm joking.
What's up, Benji? Anti-Jack.
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist it.
There's another question. What's happening with the children is unbearable. Is the military still rescuing them?
I think so.
I do
I
too.
think so. But in that same in that same thought, okay. I also think that there is still a level of deception where it comes to the children that we're not being informed about. That I think in the long run is going to be extremely painful.
Yeah.
And the thing is even if we want to talk about the boards even say it. What is going to be the one thing that's going to unite everybody? The children.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's going to unite. And I don't think it's got anything to do with this gender dysphoria type of thing that's going on. I honestly believe that it has to do with the trafficking itself. And that's it. It's a huge topic. I mean, it is. It's like, but it's not something that can be ignored anymore.
No. Yeah, I've even seen the senators hounding that lady about the children coming across the border. How can you lose 85,000 kids?
Oh, no. We're up to right now. The last statistical number was 325,000, and that was 2 weeks ago.
I was going to say it's a lot more than that, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think we're between. I personally think it's somewhere between 350,000 to 400,000, and I don't think that number will come to us until we get closer to the election time.
Yeah,
but I don't think that there's going to be an election.
I don't either.
Yeah,
I'm surprised to hear you say that because
I've heard that a lot, Hawk.
What
if there's not an election? Is that something you think we should accept? I mean, I'm not. I've heard so many different people say different things about it. I'm just curious what your view is on why we wouldn't have an election and what that would look like.
Okay, so some of you know, I had a dream a couple of months ago where and you know I can honestly say that out of 100 dreams, only 3 of them have not come true yet. Okay, and that's in the last 7 years. Okay, I've got them all documented in my journal to one day one day I woke up and I wrote down in my journal, Friday, you're going to get such and such amount in donations, and this is what you have to do with it. Okay. Lo and behold, when that Friday came, that was exactly what I got, and I was able to get exactly what I needed to get.
Wow.
Everything that was on the list was gotten, and in the dream, the lady had a 15% off coupon for the Costco.
Hmm.
And when she picked up my my card here at the farm to head to Costco, she said that she was not going to use it. That she was going to be saving her 15% for when her and her husband go shopping, and she ended up using it, like in my dream. Okay.
Wow.
But the dream basically was, I got up, I turned on, I have a couple of different, I don't know what you want to call them, sites that I go to watch, TV stuff. And one of them was, Clarence Thomas was on. There were, all the Supreme Court judges were behind him. Were all behind him. And except for the Spanish woman, Sotomayor, I think her name is, or something. Yeah, Sotomayor. She's chunky, black-haired woman. And she was the only one who was not there. And Clarence Thomas said in the opening statement, after reviewing all of the evidence, we have concluded that the 2020 election was in fact stolen. There is that there was credible indications of fraud, and then
Oh, wow.
and then he said what Trump says when Trump said, when you rob a jewelry store, do you have to give back the diamonds? And he says Donald Trump is going to get his 4 years, thus foregoing an election, and everything that this what do you call it, regime, whatever the hell you want,
Administration. Yeah.
administration has done, is now null and void. And that was just a dream, that was just a dream, but the thing is that my dreams have consistently come true.
I saw something years ago, and I can't find it now, but it was something like an amendment that said if a president's term was wrongly interrupted, or I don't know what the verbiage was on it, but they said that they had the right to it back, meaning like if somebody's presidency was wrongly interrupted and they lost 2 or more years or something of their time of it, they could still win another term and get
they can still run for an additional term. Exactly.
I remember seeing that a while back too, but I don't know how valid that is. You know what I mean?
Me either. I can't even find it now. I went looking for it not long ago. But I tell you, search engines are certainly manipulated now, because there's a lot of the stuff I used to be able to find.
Well, and we also know Trump, that's kind of what he has done in business often, is find the loopholes, find the legal loopholes to his advantage. So it would make sense to me.
Did y'all see what Rescue posted today?
Yes.
Yeah, great video. Yeah, it's a whole compilation of Trump through the years.
From 1980 to 2017, every time he was asked about the presidency, even back from 80 on. And I had seen several of those, but putting them together like that, that's a powerful image, you know.
Very much so.
Yep.
Yeah.
And his inauguration, that was just amazing.
Yeah, I didn't watch the entire thing today, so I do plan to watch more of it because it is really interesting to see it in chronological order too, you know?
Yeah.
Gives you a different perspective.
Yeah.
When you were talking about the dreams, the night that my mother passed, of course, it was a really bad time, but so I didn't get much sleep that night. It was the next day, or no, it was the same day. I don't know when it was. I fell asleep, and I had a dream, and it was a white building, but it kind of seemed like a home, but not really. And there was this big, beautiful lake in front of it, and there was other women there, and they were just laughing, and she was happy. She was just laughing and happy.
I
And
love
I was like, I needed to see that. Thank you, Lord.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Losing your parents is not an easy thing. I lost both of mine, throughout the years. Um,
Yeah.
I lost my father when I was really young. And I often wondered how my mom kept her sanity about it all. But we begin to realize and recognize the things that can either hold us or hold us back. And the things that hold us back are the things that there's just way too much fear surrounding it. We shouldn't we shouldn't be pulled into that alternative um,
Thank you.
brain flurry. I guess could be a good word for it. Because that's basically like what it is. It's really a brain flurry, because so many thoughts run through our mind in such a short period of time,
Yes.
and we try to make sense of it all, and that's the one thing that gets us the most is trying to make sense of death. Well,
Yes.
it's if we're taught as children that basically we grow for 25 years,
Yes.
and then at the 25-year marker, that's where generally our physique peaks, and then you got this steady slope that goes until you're about 45, and then when you hit the 45, then you start going down a downward slope,
I got 2 years
and
left.
it's well, I mean, your body just doesn't do what it used to do, isn't capable of doing the same things that you used to be able to do. But do we let that uh, adhere to us to a point where it debilitates us, or do we accept that and just try to find more ways to keep our body stronger?
No, 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 no. I'm just gonna crawl my ass up that slope if I have to.
I'm convinced you're going to outlive all of us, Camel Carl.
I can see that, Carl. I can see that, Carl.
The one thing that I've really been having to pray on is anger, because this all started because she was in a wreck that
Yeah.
he ran a stop sign, and he was going faster than the speed limit. And just, I have no clue who he is, what he looks like, nothing but the anger towards him, and it's going away. It's getting, like, my brother, I feel bad for my brother. He's not, I think he believes, but he's not, um, doesn't have faith, doesn't have,
Yeah. He's not in the presence.
and so he's having a really hard time. And I just keep praying for him, because he's he
Well, if you
was
think about it,
really,
if you think about it, daughters are generally more attached to dad. That's why
yes,
they call it daddy's little girl, and mama's boy.
yes,
Is the refraction of that. So if we look at it with common sense, we there's a lot to understand, but we get so wrapped up in the death mode that it's it, we become unrecognizable with grief for other people. We think about the things that have been happening to us over these last years. You think about it, prime example, Bonnie, it's how many times have you been sick in the last couple of years? You just don't know what it is. You don't know how to get control of it. You don't know, you know what I'm saying?
yes,
It's a, and we get so wrapped up in these things that we lose sight of um, any sense of any common sense. I guess would be the easiest way to put it. We lose it when those around us are being hurt and affected. How do we get that back? Well, by accepting and understanding that it's like I said to you, your father chose that time, your our father in heaven chose that time for your father to come home because he needed another warrior,
yeah,
because of who he has been his entire life. Okay. And he was a good man, and the things that he did were good works, and he was rewarded with coming home, but at the same time father needed him for another project.
yeah,
Now your mom went to join him. you know I look at it like this. It's been a month and a couple of weeks at the most, where I look at it and I say, well, yeah, God took your father, but he must have done the work that Father, our Creator, needed done, because he was rewarded with his wife.
yeah. Well, the,
You know,
I understand what you're saying, but they've been divorced since I was a year old. So, and that's what's been so neat about it, though, is so I have two whole separate families, and um, his family has been daily just checking on me, because they know, you know, first my dad, they knew that was hard, and then my mom, and so they have been just amazing and very godly.
I'm so glad for that, Bonnie.
Me too. That's
But also, that makes me think too. I remember when after each of my parents passed, I was in my mid 20s. They passed about 2 years apart. But I remember people are often like very supportive right after, and then kind of, meander on back to their lives and don't always remember to check in. And, that's when things kind of start to sink in, or did for me at least a little bit more, is when you kind of get back to the normal a little more, you know? So know you've got people to lean on who love you throughout this entire time, not just right after,
oh yeah, and that's um, we're not even having the celebration of life until October for my father,
Mm-hmm.
and it's going to be a while for my mother also because there's so much family and friends to contact just to
Mm-hmm.
put it together. It's
You can say crazy. You can
it
say crazy. It's okay.
Well, probably just overwhelming too,
it's and you would think, but I'm kind of looking forward to um, doing the flowers because I love doing that, and
Oh, that's nice.
um, I'm looking for. I'm putting on Facebook that I need a set of deer horns to put on my father's, and um, it's already planned in my head what they're going to look like, and to be a part of them. I don't know. It's I know I'm being held up by him because
That's great.
there's moments. We all have moments where you just. Ugh.
Oh yeah.
I keep worrying about her little dog. She's definitely having separation anxiety and losing weight. And she's 9. Took her to the vet. She's on some medications. She's got hot spots, and so today I was just hugging her, and that was one of those moments where, because my mother always said, "Don't forget your sister." This little dog is my sister. Mm.
All right. Well, listen, folks. I am going to head to bed.
I imagine you're tired. You put in a full day today.
I don't have to work in the morning. I don't have to do nothing.
I need to get going here pretty soon too. But I'm glad I got to come up and say hi, Bonnie. Thank you.
Thank you for coming up. I appreciate both of y'all.
Yeah.
Good night, everybody.
I don't talk very often, so I'm glad it worked out. And I'll still be in chat for a little bit.
Okay.
Good night, Hog. Good night, Andy.
Good night, you guys.
Have a good night.
They're just lightweight.
Wait. Putting his head up the other morning on camera and looking at this mouse. Doc. Oh, okay. Yeah. I've never seen him over here. I don't think he knows. Doesn't know me. Well, I just met him.
Who doesn't
Yeah,
know you, Doc?
Doc. Yeah.
Oh, he probably does now.
Excuse me. Well, I just met him on yours, but I'm sub to him in the bell and everything.
You missed the dangerous freedom days. You said,
Yes.
there's
I didn't.
Quite a group. That's where I met. That's where I met Andy Jack first, and like Yankee Watchdog and Muir. I met there first. Indy, I met there first. Rescue, I met there first. You know, there's we could go on and on and on. Right? That's where a whole lot of people I met came from. That crowd.
Yeah. And apple dumpling, I did get that. It actually came the next day. I ordered it when you told me about it. And it worked amazing right at the beginning. Sorry. But yes. And I don't know how I never heard of him because so I was always in 101's chat, never saw anything about that. And then JW, Ark Wildman, and then modding for LWN. And at the end of LWN, all of us mods would be sitting there and they would be like, party at whoever's channel, but it was usually just Travis and Gigi. And so I would always go over to Gigi's. And so I don't know how I missed it. I never was told.
Andy, she used to do that too. She used to drop the links, you know. But really, like 101, he usually closed down pretty early. I think it was 11 o'clock. He always ended his streams back then by 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
And I knew that there was going to be another live that would last all night long. All right. So I would usually take a break or something and then come back and go to Dangerous Freedom. So if you were doing anything after 101 or LWN or any of that, that's probably how you missed it, because it wasn't even all right. When I first started going to Dangerous Freedom after dark, after 101, nobody at 101 went to Dangerous Freedom after. And if they did, they probably didn't last. All right, it's a little bit of a different crowd. All right.
Yes.
It's one of those places you didn't want to have feelings, all right? Because, you know, if you got feelings, you're probably going to get them hurt. And I don't know, it was just a different kind of crowd. So, and I'm comfortable with that crowd. In fact, I felt really comfortable at Dangerous Freedom because, like, I made one comment in his chat, and within seconds I was blue. I was like, whoa, you know. And then he like invited me on the panel, and the moment I was on the panel, he, you know, made me feel super welcome. All right. And so did everybody else in the chat. Even the people that were usually like, you know, kind of snippy with people and stuff were being cool to me. All right. So, you know, I always felt welcome. That's the thing, you know.
Yeah, that's what I've heard, that everyone was welcome, and sometimes it would get a little rowdy, if that's the right word. And I'm sorry I missed it, but and so yeah, with 101, it was after that, then just that was it. I never hung out on YouTube like now, like hours and hours and hours. It was just.
There were times 5 years ago, 4 years, whatever, that I would spend 48 hours with no sleep, and I would just jump stream to stream. And I mean, I knew so many people doing it that, and for so long, you know, like I said, Dangerous Freedom, that was a night shift. But I could go on in the morning, knew people that came up, then I knew people that would go on in the afternoon, and then I knew people that go on, like, you know, in the late night. So I could just keep doing that. I mean, there was a point where I wasn't sleeping and I wasn't working. So that's what I was doing.
That's awesome, Tom. I'm not real good at that, I don't think. during
you
a
know, Tom's
conversation.
right. He had a. I mean, it's like being a. I don't know, like being a guard in a jail or something. Some of them are really good at it and really cool. Other ones are just pricks. All right, and Dangerous Freedom had this way of dealing with people. All right, and it was good at it. He really was
Yeah, that's awesome.
maintaining order. You know, I don't know.
Well, I haven't seen people get too out of whack here. I mean, maybe somewhat, but not real bad. I don't know.
Hey, I'm back.
Hey, Kush.
Good.
Yeah, Bonnie, that's a very, very nice picture that you put on the
Thank you.
small.
It's one of my favorite of my mom and I.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. I kind of figured that out, but it's also a reminder, from the scripture that when he said, "When you were little, I held you in my arms." That's
Hmm.
that's what's written in the scriptures. That's a great reminder.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's great to hear you laugh. It's like a blessed medicine.
Thank you, Kush.
Um,
I think I was
it's true.
last night. I
It's
laughed
true to
too
me. True to me, at least, and it's also a reminder. Years ago, there were this couple. They were elderly, but yeah, elderly Christians, and so I went out with family friends, um, and so I went out with their dad, and the person, he told me that her laughter has always, for his daughter and for sister in the Lord, he told me, but her laughter has always been healing to us, for the parents, and so it's all everything, that you can hear the Lord through someone's laughter. You can hear him when you sing, and when you share in the voice, and when you are so full of his love and passion, to give to others. And that's such an amazing
Yeah.
experience to have with others. Even the one that I went somewhere, she shared, to go to a live stream and feel welcomed, but it's even more wonderful when you are like in that vicinity with the other brothers and sisters that are around, either in in a garden or in a home, and sharing and caring, and serving one another in love, according to the needs. And
Yes.
that's why he created us. That's why he created us to be. Yeah, I'm very, very glad, to have found to have found you. But I mean, there are other brothers and sisters, and we look forward to meet and share with them. So
Thank you. I'm glad you're here too. And
yeah,
we have to have joy. I mean, there's so many things going on. Evil's
yes,
showing itself more. So
mhm.
there has to be joy also. And
Amen. Yeah,
I may
right.
laugh more than I should, and probably sometimes at things I shouldn't be laughing at, but I just, um, everyone here, it's like I know their personalities, sorta, and it's
Laughter is a great coping mechanism.
yes, and well, that's true for coping also, but at the same time, it's just, is it okay to be happy?
All right. Well, I'll tell you right now, if I was like to die and you're going to be sad or bummed out, I'd be bummed out about that if I knew it. All right, I'd rather you laugh about something and think of something happy. You know, there's
Yes,
there's
that's why.
moments where you're going to have about sadness, about loss, but you also should be thinking about those things that'll make you grin when you're completely by yourself and you have a memory about that person. And you know that's important too. You know, I try to make people laugh. I get a kick out of making. If I'm in a chat and I say something that makes the panel crack up, my day is done, man. That makes my whole day.
Yes, that's true. And there's a few in here that can crack me up real quick.
Well, I've even made. All right, make backwoods laugh out loud on the panel because I've done that. That I even surprise myself sometimes. I mean, he lost it. He read my comment and he just busted out. You know,
Yeah. And there's sometimes whenever it can be, it wasn't very long ago. I can't even remember what was said. Oh, I showed the video of those newscasters and I couldn't quit laughing for anything. And it was just like, it just happened. And so I had to end the show. I was like, okay, we got to close up for tonight because I couldn't quit laughing so hard.
I mean, don't think that I'm not sitting here grinning like the whole time I'm making somebody laugh. Don't think it doesn't make my laughter work too. You know, it's a mutual thing. You get something out of it when you give it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And smiling is good for your face muscles and keeps you
Yes.
looking younger. It works those up instead
I
of
don't know. I can remember laughing so hard that my cheeks hurt the next day.
that's good. You were working them muscles.
Yes, and then smiling that makes, yeah, like the power of kindness that
And it's
the Lord
contagious.
has blessed us with. And yeah, it's good
Yep.
and
I don't
good to
know,
make
Coach. Every
somebody
time I
happy
go
too.
around smiling all the time, people think I'm up to something.
Yes, that can be very true.
Yes.
I do believe that. Do believe that as well.
Well, let's see. There's this bearded guy. Depends on how your eyes are looking too. And I can picture you with a mischievous look, Carl, for some reason.
No, not me. Gee, thanks, Indy.
Yeah, the picture that he has, it reminds me a little bit when we were little, I'm playing hide and seek in the woods. That you'd go and and hide behind the tree, and somebody else come and say, "There you are."
Hmm.
Dang, man, the chat just turned on me.
Carl, check your email.
Now JD's telling me that you're all on to me now.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I don't have a damn email. I got to make one still. That's why I've been giving everybody my phone number, because I don't have an email. I mean, there's one out there. Be damned if I can get onto it.
Oh, you can't check emails?
I can't get onto my Yahoo email. I'm pretty much given up.
I forgot to ask Indy. Did she heal from? I mean, she totally healed because we were praying for her healing. Oh, and I need to give you some news about Shannon, that she's doing better, and she thanks everyone for praying for her. So yeah, but still
Awesome.
needs prayer to the full recovery. And yeah, praise the Lord, because she
Yeah.
can go back to the she and her husband Steve, that they have even um, like the small caravan that they go out and praise the Lord. They're not only in the buildings but in the open and in different places. They used to go even down to Florida and fellowship with another sister who lives there, singing for the Creator, or Sister Marie Hansen, and there are so many, of us. I mean, in a way that you kind of enjoy, like, discovering and connecting with one another, because brothers and sisters that support one another. And it's amazing that when there is the opportunity to visit with, you know, there are some who live far, like, for example, there is a brother, he lives down in South America. That's quite long, like quite far away from, like, the US. But yeah, it's great to like listen to his songs, or and and about the sharing and what the Lord's doing,
Yes.
in each of our lives. And yeah, so that's amazing.
Yeah. My aunt and uncle, they spent, I think it was 3 years in the Philippines, and maybe in all different areas around the Philippines. Um, and they were teaching, spreading the word, and mer- mercenaries. Is that what they're missionaries?
There is a little bit of a difference between a missionary and a mercenary.
Yes, there
But
is. Mission.
mercenary missionaries would be something else too.
I know what I know, and I keep on doing that.
Actually, mercenary missionaries would be on a mission.
Yep. Maybe that's why I get confused. Hilarious too. If you're smiling all the time, you might be a psycho. Hmm.
Jesuits.
Jeez. Mm. Yeah, my aunt, she is one of the strongest people I know. She had 3 children, and um, two of them passed away in their early 20s. And
Oh,
I
oh,
mean,
that's hard.
yes,
Very
You
hard.
got mail. You
she
got
was,
mail. Sorry, Pi, I couldn't help myself.
that she stood in faith through all of that. It is just amazing to me. She just,
I don't even want to know what the mercenary position is.
I
It's
know.
it must be prone. I'll bet it's prone.
They get a little naughty after midnight here, Kush. It just happens.
What were you thinking? I was thinking about shooting positions.
Hmm.
Oh, goodness. All right.
We're
I
turning
get,
to.
I get a little slap happy this time of night, though. You know what I mean?
Yes. I think we've all.
Do you like John Prine? John Prine's music.
John Brine?
Prine, yeah.
I don't think I know it.
I don't either.
I like all kinds of music, Kush, except disco.
Oh no, he's not into disco music, so
Well, then I'm sure it's good. I mean, because I'm like legally
yes,
bound not to
he
like
passed
disco
away
music.
during the evil flu because he got it, unfortunately. But he has left a very very good songs and music. I'll write in the back chat.
I wrote his name down so I can look him up and see what he's got.
There you go.
Okay. Prime. Okay. Thank you.
I wish you all the best. Is the song. That's the name of the song.
I wish you the best.
Yeah,
I get
I
the
wish you all
reference,
the best.
Nancy. I'm just ignoring it.
That's a good title.
Yeah, another good one is it's here.
Awesome. I'll look that up.
It's another one. So another one of his songs.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
So I was being bad. It is shooting positions. Okay.
I don't think that means what you think it means.
Oh.
Kama, have you visited Craig the Hunter's show? Like lately or not?
I was at, he had a show tonight.
Oh, teen show because he goes somewhere else.
Yeah, I was
heard.
over at Kirk's when I was over at Kirk's when I got noticed you went live, Bonnie.
Oh, okay. I heard you were up on this panel. Did you say that?
Yeah, I was. Actually, it was Yorga, Craig, and me, and then 10 came up.
Oh my goodness. What a combination.
I know, right?
Dusty Data. I haven't heard that name in a bit.
Well, I see him on another platform, so I know he's okay. But he doesn't do anything that I've seen more really outwardly.
Yeah. I've seen a few people in unexpected places. Well, I saw Kush whenever is it the Ashbury College was doing that. They were going to do it one day and it went on for weeks. Just praise and worship, and out of all the streamers, I saw Kush in one of the streams.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
You know what I'll do, Bonnie? I'll go to like somebody's really big channel, one of these big ones, where the chat is just like flying by. You have a hard time just reading the comments because they go so quick. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
A chat will have 10,000 people in it, for instance. Anyways, I'll go in there and I'll sit there and I'll watch, and sure enough, I'll see people I know, and I'll type their name. You know how I type it, which is kind of different. I don't do the whole name. I do like a short, and probably because my dot looks invisible if you've got a white background, people see me. So I'll see, like Frank Short. I've seen him in really large chats, and then I'll see somebody else, and I'll get their name in that chat, and then they'll like, Camel Carl, even at the biggest chat, if you'll run into people, and I try to like at least let them know I seen them.
Yes, that's I've noticed that. Pepper Nation, John. There's a couple of them in there. Gmon Nana, Okie Khan. Okie Khan used to come around, but she quit.
I see Okie pretty much. I see her a lot lately.
I haven't. Just in his chat is the only place I've seen her. And then I don't know who else. But
Indy, I've even seen you. Who do you mod for? I forget who it was. I was in somebody's big channel, and Indy was a mod. I'm like, Indy. Who the heck's channel was that, Indy? No, I don't even remember.
But yeah, I've seen that in RSBN. A name will go flying by that. Hey.
I don't know, Indy. It was a pretty big channel. I mean, it was. No, it wasn't Neil.
Neil's not.
Oh, wait a minute. Neil, you're talking about Neil, this news guy. It might have been him. Yeah, I was thinking about Neil Hans or something as the other one. But no, yeah, I think his name is Neil, the news guy. What's the name of his channel, though?
Neil's or Bill's?
I probably seen her on both of them. I don't know.
Well, in a way, like
God. No, it's not One Nation Under God. It's a. He's always saying, "Winning, we're winning." I know that Neil guy. I think it's him.
It's a bit when you mentioned with that, like recognizing someone in a big crowd. So that's a similarity.
Yeah. Lumberjack.
I don't think he was always called that, but I don't know. Sometimes it's hard to remember all the information, you know what I mean? Because I literally know thousands of people here on this platform now.
Yeah. yes, it seems like we're such a small group, but then when you start looking around, it really is not. It's
Yeah,
just, we just don't get everybody all together all at once. And if we did, phew, it would be
Good night, Sigma.
not Lauren, time travelers. See, I told you there was such a thing.
I did not know that. Indeed. I
Wow.
mean, I think I've been sub to his channel ever since he started, but I didn't know you were a mod with over there. I didn't know you were over there since the start either. Wonder how I found him. Maybe through you.
Right? She's always dropping links everywhere.
And I did a many of them, and I got to tell you, I got to give her credit again. When Dangerous Freedom, when Ron died, she was dropping everyone's link. All right, and if she wasn't, other people were. It was like a get together, and I managed to sub to as many as I knew, and it's helped me keep in touch with a lot of these people because a lot of them didn't do anything for maybe 2 years. You know, all of a sudden they start doing comment. Oh, hey, there's that. You know,
Yeah.
I'm glad she did that. I appreciate it.
Yep. That's why I have so many that I'm sub to.
Yeah,
One
I've
the
heard Wendy say she bottomed out on that before, where she reached her limit of subs. They wouldn't let her sub to anybody or something. She was talking about.
yes, until you get more subscribers. I haven't had that happen to me yet. Um, I'm, I'm just so shocked at how many subscriptions. Once in a while, I'll see that number and I'm like, wow, how did this happen? Just sitting up here talking, having fun with everybody, talking about everything.
Bonnie, have you heard from D Humboldt? Is it? Am I right? With
Yeah,
the,
yeah.
She was up there with us last night on Carl's, and
okay. How's she doing?
I think she's doing okay. She's
Okay.
loving her horses.
Okay. So yeah. Okay. Give her
Actually, it's
greetings.
funny because you said that way, Bonnie. Because when he asked how she was doing, the first thing that flashed in my image is her showing us her ponies.
Yes,
Ah. Okay.
because she loves those ponies. That's when she's feeling down or anything, she's out there with
Mm-hmm.
those.
Ah, great. Yeah. Want the
Yeah.
pets?
I will appear out of nowhere.
I've seen that.
Oh, well, what somebody's writing in the chat for the 5th of the September. Are is there any meeting? We're going to gather somewhere.
This is my gathering. This is the most gathering I do.
All right.
I don't. There's something. I think it's September the 7th here. I don't know what's on September the 5th. Hmm. Well, we're having a barbecue.
Okay. That'll be great.
Yep. With family getting together. That's what I was trying to tell Hawk. That's why we do a celebration of life, because it is.
Yeah.
When I first started into this chatting, because I started the chat first. When I first started chatting in chats, it was because I was trying to like share information I knew. All right, I remember it was it was at 101's chat where people started talking about survival gear, edible plants, all these different things, backpacking, whatever it was. It was stuff I knew about, and that's when I started speaking up, and that kind of snowballed.
Yeah. And that was me once I quit just watching and got in the chat. It was asking questions, like always, because I kept seeing all the comments and I was like, okay. Alan, he was up on panel and he was talking about the radios. And I said, wait, what kind of radios? Because he was saying Bofang or whatever it is. And it's like, what
Them.
is
It's a weird name, but you said it right.
And that's one of the first things that I got is those radios. They haven't been programmed. I don't know what to do with them, but I have them. And I have the yellow one too. That's the solar powered ham. Is that what it is? The ham radio?
Well, I don't know. A ham radio is usually something you could transmit from. Do you have a receiver or a transmitter? I don't know exactly what you have.
I think the yellow one is just for receiving. And then the things are, you can talk on them, but you're supposed to be licensed.
Right. Okay. So the other one is probably just a multi-band emergency radio where it picks up
Yes.
ham radio, AM, FM, TV, aircraft, police, fire, emergency. A multi-band radio will pick stuff up, but you can't send a signal.
Yes. And that's what the yellow one is. And then
I'm a ham. It'd be a lot more popular out there if it was called bacon radio.
yeah, and I need to just take them up to the fire department because I know they'll help me, either the fire department or the sheriff's office. One or the other will help me set those up.
I've got a couple of them. They're, one actually, both of them can run on solar. One of them you can crank up and you can use batteries or plug it in. And it picks up all different radio bands,
Yes, that's the yellow one. It's got the crank on it. And
when the internet and power and everything's been up, I've actually, you could listen to a radio station, get some music when everything else is down.
mm-hmm. Lots of flashlights. I have quite a few flashlights too.
That's funny.
Yes, Tom, exactly.
Yeah, it depends on how severe this shit hits the fan situation is, because the
If you don't
moment
want to be detected, yes.
the moment you key that mic, you've given away your location. They got some gear, folks, meant to do just that. They don't need to even triangulate your location anymore. They can just pinpoint it right there.
Yes. And that's one thing that I'm still wanting is CB. Still want a CB radio.
Me too. All right, I had one, and it just kind of vanished. All right, you know, stuff does that once in a while. I've got to get a new CB rig for that truck. I want to get an old vintage one because they work just fine.
Yeah.
I don't even care if it's just a 19 channel or something. You know, they went up and I remember they were like 19 channels, and they came out with a 23 channel, and then next thing you know, they had 40 channel CVs, you know. I agree, Tom. I mean, who's going to worry about a license to hunt or fish or whatever? If I'm hungry and starving, I'm going to eat.
Mm-hmm. And I don't think I got that dumpling.
Yeah, I opt out of that. Man, they just pushed that Google stuff and pushed it on me. I opt out of that a while ago. It was like they wouldn't even let me use my YouTube channel without having a Google page for a while. And I finally figured out how to do it without it, but it was a pain.
I have to opt it out. I don't know. I don't remember ever seeing that, but
They want to, you know, it's like having a moderator for everything you do. You know, screw that.
I think we all don't quite follow the rules. That's why we're here.
Breaking all the rules. Yeah, I had trouble with that, you know.
Did I miss something with Hawk? Did he, oh, what was it y'all were talking about? Thank you for coming up, baby.
Good night, Andy.
The election. Whenever we were saying,
Because Hawk said he didn't think there was going to be one.
yes. Did he expand on that or just?
Yeah, he did.
I missed it. What'd he say?
He had a dream.
Oh, then I didn't miss it. Okay. Yes, I heard his dreams. Okay.
But, you know, that's a possibility because, like I said, all that stuff I was talking about, they just brushed it under the rug. Or did they? You know, I mean, are we building up to a moment to where it's like all of a sudden we get that emergency broadcast signal that interrupts everything and says, okay, this is what really happened. This is what's been happening. And this is what we're going to do about it. And if they explained it to the populace, and it was the right people explaining it to the populace, then I guess it could be, a peaceful transfer. I don't know what you would call that, but, you know, it could already be going on. It could happen swiftly in the night. All right, it could. It's always that possibility because we certainly have been shown a lot of crime and corruption. You know, and it's not even like we got all this information from all the back channels. A lot of this information has made it to the public view. All right, so yes, it's always possible.
I know, hilarious too. Wish you had taken me with you. Did I send you that video where he's working for um, Musk and showing the AI type stuff that they were doing and extra hours?
Well, there's the thing right there,
Like
Bonnie.
thing.
This is the whole trouble with all of it, all right? If there really is something else going on that we're not aware of, then, and you know, we know there's psychological warfare going on already. There's no question about that. But if there is something covert going on, then a whole lot of this information we've been given could have been, you know, it could all been to make us think one way or another. You know,
Right.
that's a rough one. You know, I've gone back and forth on that.
Elaine.
Elaine doesn't go back and forth on it. She's absolutely convinced.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, me, I've read history and I know about, you know, Operation Trust, how the Bolsheviks took over Russia, how the Tsar was, and all the royalty was eliminated and stuff. There was a feint. They pulled a feint. All right, a big elaborate feint using all types of propaganda and and people appointed into certain positions and all this, and it could be that too. You know, it could be that, you know, maybe the deep state's so much in control and they've been in so much control that, you know that no one can thwart them, that they're confident that, or they've got something up their sleeve that they know they're gonna take over. You know, I don't know. I really don't know. I sure know what I hope.
Yes. That was just pretty creepy. But then we know that they're doing this. I mean, all the AI stuff is out there.
I've been scammed. I've been lied to. There's a lot of bad people in this world that don't give a shit. So it's hard to trust anything like that. You
Well, I
know,
know people.
that's why I fall back on it. Well, I'm going to trust God on it. Right? And that's
Yes.
why I keep saying it in chats. I've said it on my lives. And I mean it. You know, it's like God knows everything that is, was, and will be. It's all by His plan and His design. So it's going to end up just the way He wants it, and that's where my faith lies.
Amen. Amen.
Exactly. And I mean, I know it doesn't do any good to fear it, but they do have in Austin. I know people who have gone out to eat and been waited on by robots. And I was like, well, that had to be creepy. I think they're just easing it in. My brother in San Francisco was in a driverless car, Uber.
Well, that's, you know, what's the intention? I guess who's in control of this is what's going to matter, because to me, it's like
Yes,
the internet. You know, the internet, you can use it for good things, but it can also be used for evil. All right. They use it
Yes,
for
yes.
trafficking and finding and all this stuff, but it
yes,
also has been the tool that's informed us, you know, and it's who's in control of this AI. Are they going to give it too much, you know, control? Are they going to let it, you know, too many scenarios there, but it feels inevitable. It feels like now that they know that they can do this, that they're going to do it. That's what it always feels like. If
yes,
they can clone something, you know they're going to clone it. You know, if they can clone a T-Rex, you know, worst idea in the world. Hey, let's clone a dinosaur that can eat you in one bite. Great idea. Let's bring those back. You know, that's we seem like a pretty
Hearing
stupid
now
species.
That's insanity. That's not
Well, we
only
yeah,
for
seem like a
that.
pretty stupid species sometimes. You know, talk about this stuff. There's a quote from the very first Terminator movie where the Terminator looks at the kid and the kid's trying to figure this out. And he's like, "It's in your nature to destroy yourself." That's what he tells the kid. You know, and that was like, man, that's a pretty loud statement because it's pretty accurate. Throughout history, if you look at the humans, man, we're good at fucking ourselves up.
yes. Unfortunately, true in reality first. It's horrific, but we need to learn lessons shock before we're gonna hear and see. Hmm. What? Huckleberry? No way.
Yeah, that's so disgusting.
Moose.
Hey, Moose Man.
Genius.
Oh, that's just wrong in every way. Well, there's been so many things. The weather. They
I can
just
only
keep
say one thing. Damn.
manipulating God.
So wait a minute. Actually, now that I've had a second to think about this, so they're saying that we evolved from primates, and now they want to take us back.
No, I cannot see any logical reason for that other than just
Yeah.
insanity, like you said
I
a while ago.
mean,
It's
hey, there's this thing called anthrax. All right, let's weaponize it and make it where it'll kill even more. Isn't that a great idea? I mean, that we do it all the time. What do you think this COVID crap is? We had COVID. I'm telling you, long before 2020. All right, it was. I seen this
Yeah.
stuff that they had to give livestock, you know, because they would have COVID, and it was called ivermectin. All right, it was this stuff that you course paste. You had to give it to your animals to keep this COVID thing away. But no, they get it in the lab and they fiddle with it, and I'll bet you they were trying to weaponize it to make it even worse than it was.
Mhm. Yeah,
a
that would
dinosaur.
surprise me.
Well, since
Well,
we
that's a
have a
loaded.
tracks around us, I mean, I've seen the tracks, so
This might be a loaded question because some people believe that that's actually the dragons that are spoke about in history.
and I was fixing to say, but I kind of tend to think it's more dragons than dinosaurs.
And then there's those that say, "Oh, it's absolutely impossible for dinosaurs to have lived at the same time with humans." And then they find dinosaur tracks with humans next to it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, who do you believe? That's where it goes with that.
Hilarious too. A mystery that was hidden for ages and generations, but is now revealed to his saints.
Mhm.
Yes, I mean, yes. Those flipping crazy mad scientists, those are the ones that need to be checked.
Yes.
Why is it even legal to make biological weapons anywhere on the planet? Why is it allowed?
Same reason everything else is.
Crime against humanity. Anybody fiddling with things like that should be hung publicly. Oh, and they say, oh, it's research for cures. What is they cured? Where's the cures?
I don't know. You think they quit that because people were getting too much enjoyment out of it? Because everybody would come to watch. I don't know.
Watch what, Bonnie?
The hangings.
Oh, I'm sure there are people that are like that. You know, there's that whole group of people that just want to watch the world burn, otherwise known as anarchists. All right. A lot of those people just haven't experienced enough in life to know what that would bring them to. Right. But yeah, I don't know. It's a lot of people would be there because they feel like they would be getting justice too. You know, they would want to see
Yeah.
something finally done. Maybe people who've lost family members or whatever. But there'd be people that would think, oh, use that. Oh, you guys are monsters for capital punishment. Oh my God, there'd be those too. Nothing seems to be very simple in this world, but you got to land somewhere on something. Like I said, if anybody is fiddling with that stuff, that's mass murder, man. That's those kind of people are too dangerous to be left in society. They need to be made an example of so other people don't do something like that. And I'm not saying I don't even feel like it's murder. All right. I know murder is wrong, killing is wrong, and all that. I know the commandment, but wouldn't you be safe doing that? I don't know. It's a rough subject. But
I know.
man, it's, that's like allowing a rapist to live in your basement while you have kids. Well, just have to hope nothing bad happens.
No. See, and that's where it's conflicting with me is the when you go by the Bible and then at the same time and we're supposed to be more like Jesus, but if something like what you just described happened, no. I yeah, if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for everything.
Yeah, and I'm with that with the death penalty on pedophiles too. All right, especially ones involved in the trafficking and murder of children. This needs to be the that needs to be a public thing, man, where people see the consequences of hurting children.
And there's
Oh, but
that
I
too.
know vengeance
Well,
is his, saith the Lord, but and it's like letting a rabid dog live with your family.
yes. Well, it's the same thing when somebody's trespassing. The other day, strange vehicle pulls up in front of my house, big, black. And this man starts coming walking up my driveway, and I'm heading for the door, not empty handed. And I kept saying, "Who is it?" And they wouldn't answer me. And then my phone started ringing, and I saw who it was. And I was like, okay, put everything down, answer the door. It was my uncle. I'm sure they are, Huckleberry. But yeah.
Well, I have had a lot of helicopters over the place, and
I saw that video. Carl, it was like they came and did a loop right where you were. Just to
no, and there ain't nothing else around here either. Nobody else is around
I
here
put
now.
that. Sometimes it feels like somebody's watching me. Mm. And
Well, hey,
Hillary's,
I ain't done nothing wrong, so as long as I'm righteous, I'm good. And I do
yes,
have the armor of God. I feel like I'm armored. I tell y'all right now.
but her saying that, what would God do? And that is where I have the conflict. Is like, I don't know. He's supposed to be the final judge. I don't know. For a minute, the flesh, but not the spirit.
You want to know what I noticed the other day when I was talking to the detective? He was investigating the death of the coworker here. Well, I know what I noticed, and I thought was kind of strange. He never asked me who I was. Never even asked my name, like he knew who
Wow.
I was.
Hmm. They've already scanned you.
Well, I'm sitting. I mean, they probably should have. All right, look at the way I look. Look at what I drive out here. Look at all what I own. They probably should have checked on me.
Excuse me.
Okay.
That's a sick statement. What? Did I say something bad?
I don't know when you guys make a comment in chat like that, you should specify what it was referring to, because we could be lost. We don't know what you're referring to. We got to guess now.
Yeah.
Could be something about somebody in chat. Could be something about what we said, and they could be lagging. They could be behind in the stream, and they're answering something that we said 20 minutes ago. We just don't know.
True. Carl, you're probably on multiple lists.
I've accepted that, Amir. I mean, as far back as the '80s, I was doing like gun shows here in Detroit and stuff. So fully expected it, to be honest. Plus, look at the way I grew up. And, there's
Yeah.
been things that happened in my life that may have caused some interest. So yeah, he's probably right. And you guys are probably all on a list just for hanging out with me.
Oh, well.
And I'll have to say this now, because I'm not affiliated with any groups or organizations, nor do I have a wish to do anything covert against anybody in any form or way. And I'm not suicidal. All right, I'm completely cool. I'm you know,
Yay.
Yeah, I'm not suicidal.
got to put those clauses in there, because things happen.
Yep.
And I like to keep receipts. You know, I was talking about receipts. I can prove where the heck I am at any given time. All right, just in case. You know, I did this big long thing. These posts, I did a couple of them, I think, about the Georgia Guidestones. Right, you know, like when they were. I did it before this happened, but remember when they were tearing down all the monuments? That's when I started making comments like, the only monument that needs to be taken down in this country is the Georgia Guidestones, you know, and I said that a lot, and then I made a big long post about it. So when the Georgia Guidestones got blowed up, I had to go out there and go, you know, I wasn't even in Georgia, man. I was right here in Michigan. I was right here. You know, here's some proof. This is, you know, because I don't want to be a patsy.
God is the judge. Yes. Helicopters and
Did you ever hear the gravel pit story, Bonnie?
Kiss Up's back. Gravel pit story.
Well, yeah, all right. Back in this is probably 1992. All right, I got fed up with everything and everybody, and said, "Fuck it, I'm moving into the woods, away from everyone." And I did. Took all my belongings and backpacked them all into the hardest to get place in the area, and it was cliff faces in the world's largest gravel pit. All right, in Oxford, Michigan, and it was like overlooking a couple lakes that were linked by a canal on the backside of town. So I was looking down on town, could see everything from out there, and I built like a cave in the side of a cliff, covered it with a big deuce-and-a-half army truck tarp, and made my camp. All right, and I was out there for a while, long enough for some of my friends to find out, you know, and I started having people come out and visit and stuff, and everything was kosher for a few months, you know, and then it was on a weekend because I had a family. Three of the kids are still in contact with me. The parents are dead, but I had this family of five out there. They were on some trails that I had made, and they were doing like a nature walk, and you know. And then I had a buddy of mine on my Navy raft. He was out in the middle of one of the lakes. I had two more friends that were fishing the side of the lake, and I'm hanging out with my buddy on one of the cliffs, and I hear this is broad daylight, probably around noon on probably a Saturday, and I hear this in the distance. You know, it was definitely a Huey military helicopter, and I'm like, "Hey man, that thing sounds like it's headed right at us." Right? I'm gonna get out of sight here. I might, you know, and that sucker was headed directly towards where my camp was, and I'm like, I'm gonna run up to the camp. I'll be back. You know, get out of sight. And this helicopter came. I'm on a cliff, right, and I've got like this little deck built off the side of the hill where I could step out of that cave where it was invisible. I could step right on like a porch, and I was in the open at an altitude. And this National Guard helicopter came right over top of my encampment. All right. And I knew that they were going to see it. So I stepped out where they could see me, and they turned that fucking thing right around. And now I'm standing maybe 35 feet away from two pilots just staring at me in this National Guard helicopter. And he tipped it a little bit. He turned it around and tipped forward and stayed right there for a minute where he got a good look at me. And then without any hand movements or anything, I mean, poker faces, they turned the rig around and left. And I just got this feeling like, oh shit, this ain't good. All right. And I ran down
Yeah,
the cliff and told all my people that were there. I told everybody, get out of here, go, just go. I know I got to get back up to the camp. You guys just get out of here. And everybody split. and actually everybody got away. All right. I go back up to the camp, and again, I can see everything that's going around on both sides of that lake. And here come the police cars, man. They come in from both sides of both lakes, all right, over 2 tracks. I had some of these roads blocked with boulders and shit, all right. And they, the one car goes almost all the way around, and he gets caught up on these boulders, and it's literally tipped on the side, and he's just revving the engine, trying to get over it. And I hear him get out, and I hear him cussing and shit. And then I hear the dogs, and I'm like, oh shit, this is turning into a fucking nightmare. All right, I'm standing right outside my little hideaway. It took them an hour to find it. All right, because I had thorn bushes and all kinds of stuff in people's ways. They had to work for this, and 2 of these officers found my camp, and I'm right outside, around the corner, out of sight. I'm clinging on the side of a cliff, listening to everything they're doing, And they get in there, and I can hear them. They're like, "Oh, don't touch anything. No, no. Let the National Guard know we need some bomb detection dogs." I heard them say, and I think I think we have a distressed vet here, is what I heard them say. And we need get us a bomb unit out here, because they found my booby trap manuals. They found all my manuals. All right. And then I was like, all right, I'm just going to walk in and give up. And I did. And I knew both of those officers. All right. And I knew them well, knew them for 20 years. And one of them standing there holding my sketch pad, which is just hundreds of drawings of women. And they look over at me and they go, "Carl, what are you doing here?" I said, "No, dude, you got me, And he says, "No, don't touch nothing, Carl." Like they still not understanding this was me. And then it dawned on the guy with the sketch pad, and he goes, "Oh, that's why these look familiar. Your mom used to bring these to the police station all the time and show us these." And I went, "What?" Because I didn't know she did that. She was sneaking my shit over there without even me knowing it. All right. First, then it was like, "Okay, Carl, what are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm just getting away from everybody." All right. And they're like, and I heard them, they could get on the radios. They called off the National Guard. They called off all the canine and the bomb units and stuff. And they sat there with me for like an hour. All right. And they were just like, "Carl, are you all right? What's going on out here?" And I said, "Look, man, this property is owned by China. They bought this property. Did you know that, guys?" And they're like, "Yeah, we know that. That's why we were, what it was is China bought 300 acres of this property right next to the town, and a lot of people were kind of rebelling over it and pissed off about it. And I figured if I camped on this land, nobody was ever going to fucking know it. And what they told me at the end of this, it was, I don't know, interrogation for like an hour. They finally realized, "Okay, Carl, everything's okay. I guess we're just going to leave you here. We're not going to kick you out of here, Carl, and we're not going to ticket you or nothing. But we've got one rule, all right?" I'm like, "What do you guys want?" He says, "Listen, if anything out here happens, anything happens out here, we want to be the first to know." I said, "Okay, deal." And they left me out there. I lived out there for 14 months straight, through the winter and everything, and I just kind of existed. There was an old 1800s abandoned farmland in there, and I had found an orchard, and I redid the orchard. I trimmed all the wood, all the dead wood and stuff, and the orchard took off. And all that area that I'm talking about now is now with $1 million homes all over it.
Wow. That's bad.
That's quite a story.
Yeah.
There you go. Tell more stories.
I don't see a lot changing around me. It's, I mean, San Antonio is. And go south, San Antonio's like spreading out like crazy. But around here, it's like people don't like change a lot here. They built it the way they want it, and they want to keep it that way. And well, I guess there is some weird things happening. Like 10 miles from me, in the middle of nowhere, this huge apartment complex is going up. And then across the highway from that is a subdivision with homes. And I can't imagine who's going to live there. Would like to know because it's still in our county, but it's just in the middle of nowhere. Like, no jobs around it, no stores, no nothing.
Did
I
you
don't
see
know.
that? You didn't look at the chat. Kiss Off's dog's going to be blowing bubbles out of his butt.
That's all that. Kiss Up and Huckleberry always crack me up.
Poor dog. And yuck.
So I'm staying at your house for a minute. Yeah. Bubble butt. It's a new meaning to bubble butt.
Yeah, the only reason I told that story is I'm confident I'm on that list. You know what I mean? Wouldn't you agree?
You're what?
Wouldn't you agree that I'm probably on? I mean, I'm confident I'm on a list somewhere. Wouldn't you think?
Oh, yeah. I'm sure we all are. As soon as I started this channel, it probably did it. Because we had talked about some stuff. And I don't know. I have seen a algorithm of my channel. I've seen red lines around comments in the chat, but it's really weird, the comments that had the red lines. Like, one of them was, "Hey, beautiful people," or something like that. It was nothing. And I was like, why would it pick that out? What? I didn't understand it. So I don't know what they go by. I know I got a warning that if I keep playing stuff I'm not supposed to play, they're going to take me down.
That could be the AI. You know, I just saw. I think it was earlier
Yeah,
today. A gal posted a photograph and was asking Facebook, "Why would you censor this and call it false information or misinformation?" So I clicked on the photo to see what the heck she was talking about, and it was a picture of an eagle in front of an American flag. And that got, marked as offensive, or I forget what it was, something that it certainly wasn't.
Yes.
So is that a human doing that? Or is that some AI going, oh no, we can't have any happiness here. We're going to put a big red line in that.
And I think it is AI because one of the videos I did not very long ago, I was reading a newspaper article, and that video, if you go back to make a comment, there's a COVID misinformation thing box above the comments. Somebody saw it because they said, I don't know why you got a Kokon banner from this video. And I was like, who knows? I mean,
It's like a cop pulling you over for a broken taillight and then breaking your taillight.
yeah. Can't read the news. Might say something offensive. It's all gotten ridiculous, and so I just do what I do and start up another one if I have to. But I would really hate to lose what we have created here. I mean, it's 4 years of, oh my goodness. Depends on my definition of middle of nowhere. When you have to drive 25 miles to get to anything,
I
like a
miss
Walmart
that.
or a Dollar General, or
I miss that. When I lived up north for around 25 years. It was like you said. It was at least 25 miles to get to the first place, which it might be. There's a gas station one direction, a little store in the other direction. If you wanted to go to a town like Traverse City, that was an hour and 20 to an hour and a half minute drive, right? So
yes,
that the closer you got to my place, the higher up you went. You keep going up these great big inclines and another incline, and then you're at a whole different altitude. You're at the same altitude as the ski lodges and stuff. It actually took more gas to get home than it did to go to town because it was downhill the whole way. It was but it was pretty darn rural for being lower Michigan because at first there was no houses, no neighbors, over a mile in any direction, and it was peaceful. You couldn't hear cars running all the time. You didn't hear a highway off in the distance. That stuff was gone. I mean, you were far enough away from civilization where you didn't see the lights from the cities. You didn't. The sky was much clearer at night for like star watching and stuff. The smells were better. I spent enough time out there to where when I did drive to a city downstate, I could smell it. All right. It was.
but well, this is on a major highway where those apartments in the subdivision are, which doesn't make any sense to me either. Why would you want to live right on a major highway? But what you're describing, that's my mom's. It's so quiet out there, so dark, so peaceful. The deer come up, every critter comes up. Is
You know what chickadees are, right?
chickadees?
Little tiny birds. They're kind of like finches. But
Yes.
up there in the northern part of Michigan, if you're away from the cities and stuff, they don't even know to be scared of you. All right, they'll land right on you. If you go out and put food in your feet, or they'll land in your hand, take the food right from you. They don't know to fear. It's just like a deer. They'll land on a deer's back, and the deer don't. It's not a predator. It's not going to eat them. Somehow they know it. And the young deer don't know any better than to be scared of humans too. A lot of times. I hope to get into my discs someday, and I'll transfer a bunch of pictures over so I could get them online again. But I've got pictures of hundreds of deer in my backyard. I've got pictures of deer walking right into the basement with me because I didn't feed them yet. It's like I do miss that life. I really do.
Yep. Well, while I'm out there, I will be feeding the deer.
Yeah, I actually got all those deer there, not by feeding them, but there was no fresh water in over a mile in all directions. And I put a pool of water out there. It was actually a plastic like liner for some, little car that I don't even know, like a Subaru or something, because it didn't have a tailgate opening. It was just closed all the way around. And I used that. I fill it with the hose. I'd run a hose out there and keep the hose out there year long. Fill it whenever I could, and that pulled every critter for miles in. And that's what got the deer there, not the food or the mineral or
Yes,
none of
I've seen that too. Just water.
fresh water. I keep it fresh for them. I had this black cat that yeah, it was strange, man. This black cat like came out of the woods. There was no place it could have been living. It just kind of walked up to our property one day and, hey, I live here. All right, so this cat would bring a litter of cats to me like every year for like 5 years in a row. She would bring me her litter of cats, leave them at my basement door right by where I sat and sewed, and leave for days. She'd leave me her freaking kittens like I was some kind of babysitter or something. But this black cat, long haired, ratty looking, lived in the woods. She would show up. Those train drivers are just so rude. Anyways, she would show up like 10 minutes before the deer herd did. And then I've got pictures of this too, where she would go out and nose to nose greet all them deer showing up in the yard. I got pictures of her right on that water tub that I had, and she'd be, standing right on the edge of it, nose to nose with big, huge bucks and stuff, and they just come up, smell her, and then go on drinking like she wasn't even there.
Wow.
I don't even know how that cat survived because there was coyotes and bobcat and all kinds of stuff all around there. I don't know how she managed to evade all that. She lived for like 9 or 10 years, I think.
That's what I'm worried about. Is if I start feeding the deer, those feral cats will start coming back around again. Because they all dispersed when there wasn't any food out there anymore for them. And we definitely don't want them coming back. That was a mess.
We've taken in deer. I see you're talking about baby deer, but we've taken them in and raised them when I was a kid. My mom used to do that for, if the mother got hit by a car or something. And they generally say if you find a fawn out in the woods, looks like it lost or something, the mother just leaves them. And then the mothers always come back, they say. So you leave the fawn where it is. Well, that camp I was talking about, the helicopter found. I was out there one night, and it was I think it was fall, and it was cold. And I heard for hours that night. And I'm thinking, man, I can't go rescue this deer. The mama probably just left it over there for the night. It'll be back. It'll be back. That next morning, I went out there, and it was frost on the ground and shit. And there was that little fawn curled up and dead. And I was like, I should have over there,
Yeah.
Sat there, curled up, and froze to death.
We rescued one. It had crooked legs. Like something was wrong with its legs. And the mother left it. And she didn't come back. And so we took it. It was living in the house, trying to get it doctored up and everything, but the legs still wouldn't do what they were supposed to do. So we have a wildlife rescue that one of my friends started up. He's a veteran, and so we took her out there, and as far as I know, they still have that deer. They found a place that would do surgery and not charge, and they got it fixed up. But by then it was so used to people and them, it just stayed.
I'm sorry, Apple. I don't ever think about that kind of thing. I don't mean to tell that to bring people down or nothing. I'm just speaking the memories as they come.
These are interesting stories about with the deers that you see.
That same place I found out early on. It kind of surprised me. Like I said, it was on the edge of town, on the back side of town, and I would get up in the morning and I'd go down past that orchard and down to the water and wash up or whatever. And I started kicking this deer up. Every morning I kicked the same deer up out of the same place coming out of that orchard. And that deer would go all the way around the lake and into town every flipping morning. And I'm talking, he was like an 8 point when I just first seen him. And sure, I didn't name him. My buddy named him Jack because I started showing people. I said, watch, there's a deer going to be right here. Boom, there he was. Watch where he goes. He's going into town. This deer was going into town in the daytime and sleeping in people's backyards, pretty big yards, not just little yards, big yards with trees and, hedges and stuff. And he had hiding spots in town, and that's where he spent the day.
Hiding spots in town. When you go into town, there's deer all over the place. They're everywhere.
Well, you can't shoot
Wild
guns in
hogs are
town.
everywhere.
That's a pretty good smart move because you can't shoot guns in town. I mean, hunting
Right?
season.
That's true. Maybe that's why the wild hogs and the deer are. That when I saw that wild hog running by the courthouse, I was just like, no way. In the middle of the street.
They have routines. I've seen them, and they'll stick to their routine. If you can learn their routine in hunting, you got their ass.
Yeah. Well, it's usually down the creek, but he was just running by the courthouse like nothing in the world. Got videos, pictures.
I've had a lot of really
Yeah.
cool moments with wildlife. I've told this one a few times too, where right around 89 or 90 or something, there's a nature sanctuary owned by the Dominican nuns. It was a large tract of land, like 500 acres. And it had several lakes, which you couldn't have a straight trail in it. You had the trails wind all through the place, And I was out there with a lunch. I used to take a lunch with me, so when I got hungry, I could sit down, eat, and keep going. And I sat down to eat my lunch, and I opened a bag of Doritos. And this, like I said, a long time ago, I don't eat those no more. But I opened that bag of Doritos, and I saw maybe 150 feet away from me movement, and these little heads started popping out of the ground. And I realized there was a fox den. All right, I'm sitting pretty close to a fox den, and I'm seeing 4 little puppies coming out of this fox den, one head at a time. And then the mother comes out and starts doing circles around me. So I sat there for 4 hours waiting for these baby fox. which eventually, one at a time, I got them to take a Dorito right from my hand. The minute they got the Dorito from my hand, they would take off and go back to the den and eat it. And I mean, the whole time the mother is doing circles around me for 4 hours, watching what I was doing. But I lured all the smell of those Doritos was just too much for them.
Wow. Yeah. So they were like on a training mission.
Yeah.
That when I bought this property, there were a pair of fox that lived on it, but I haven't seen them since the house got put on it.
You know how to tell the difference between a fox den and a coyote den?
How?
A coyote den is going to be nasty. It's going to have carcasses and crap and scat all over the place. They don't give a shit. A fox
Yes.
den will be perfectly clean. They will not bring their debris to their home.
Ah.
I know my son used to get hired to go to the ranches and take care of coyotes that were attacking the animals that they were raising.
Yep. They get brazen. They'll come right up into people's houses and yards, and they'll take whatever they can get.
Yep. I had a pregnant skunk try to come in the back door of my apartment. Up at the back door, and she was right there, and she started to come in, and I shut that door as best as I could before she sprayed. And then, not long after that, I saw her come out of a culvert pipe that was like out in front of the apartment, and these little babies following along behind her, and it was, aw. She was looking for a place to have those babies, but not in my apartment. Nope.
We raised a skunk when I was a kid too. My mom took in as a baby, and I remember all through my childhood, everybody told me, "Oh, the babies can't spray. Don't worry about that." And I handled several baby skunks, but I was in Lake Orion, Michigan, back in the early '80s, and we were at a fireworks display they had every year. You know, hundreds and hundreds of people standing around watching the fireworks, blankets on the lawns, people drinking, having a good time. And I'm standing right by the main highway, and up walks this little baby skunk, all alone by itself, walks right up to me and like is like hanging on my foot. All right. So I just picked it up, and it was like cool. And I held on to that skunk through the fireworks display and all the people yelling and all this commotion. And I carried that skunk around all night long. And then I was getting a ride home in the back of a pickup truck back to Oxford, which is only like 3 miles away. We get on the main highway and we're cruising down. Everything's still cool. All right, I'm sitting in the back of the pickup. And then here comes another truckload of our friends honking the horn and screaming and yelling, and they fly by. And that little baby skunk sprayed me directly in my face when my mouth was open. I mean, he got me in the mouth and the nose and the eyes. I tasted skunk for weeks at least. All right. I mean, yeah, you can wash it out with tomato juice on the outside, but everything I could smell and everything I could taste for a whole week or more was skunk. Just plain old skunk. Everything was skunk. So babies can spray. I don't give a shit what anybody says.
Yes. Mm. Oh my gosh. You know what? And that's what I used to think of, like, I don't know where I heard it, where the animals and the humans would all be living together and get along. And I was like, I would love that. I would love to be able to pet every animal there is.
That's probably how I'm going to go out, petting something I shouldn't. I've tried to pet the bears. Michigan bears are shy. Every time I try to get close to a bear, they run.
You try to get close to a bear.
Several times. I don't know how many times. A lot of times, and they always run. They're scaredy cats. And I tell them so.
Mm-mm.
I saw the angriest critter on earth once. I was going up one of them big hills I was talking about, right in the middle of it. There's this weird looking critter I ain't never encountered before crossing the road. So of course I jump out and I'm gonna find what it was. A badger. I knew what it was. And before I even got close to before he even noticed I was there, this he was already working on crossing the road. This badger, he was big. He was just like complaining about life or something about it because he was like, you know, at everything. All right. The whole time I saw this thing, it was making them noise. Like he was the most ornery thing in the world. Like, this dude was just pissed off at the world. And of course, I approached it and I actually touched that, but he didn't, he looked at me when I got close, turned his head, looked at me, and was like, I ain't worried about you. And he kept going on his way. So I get closer and I get closer and he'd look back every once in a while, look at me. And I finally got up close to him. Boy, when I did touch him, he was like, "Ah, yeah, fuck you!" He just flipped out on me. So I stepped back, and then he kept going on the way where he was going. But yeah, he was like, "Those things are miserable, man. They don't like nothing."
Well, Carl, I'm an hour later than I said.
That's fine.
So when I wake up, I'll see if you're live in the morning.
No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. It was fun, and thanks for letting me up here. And I'll see everybody somewhere soon.
Are you wrapping it up?
Yep, I'm gonna close it up. I'm gonna play a song, and then I just don't know how that skunk got in that drawer. Through a hole in the roof. Look, there went Carl. Y'all try to be good. Blessed night. Thank you for being here, sharing memories of Mom and everything else. So here's a song for you.
Mother, do you think they'll drop the ball? Mother, do you think they'll like this song?
try to break my balls. Mother should have built the wall. Mother should have run for president. Mother should have trusted the government. Mama, will they put me in the firing line? Is it just a waste of time? Hush now, baby, baby, don't you cry. Mama's gonna make all of your nightmares come true. Mama's gonna put all of her fears into you. Mama's gonna keep you right here under her wing. She won't let you fly, but she might let you sing. Mama's gonna keep baby cozy and warm. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. What's mama's gonna help it? Mama, do you think she's good enough? For me? Mama, do you think she's dangerous? To me? Mama, will she tear a little boy apart? Mother, will she break my heart? Hush now, baby, baby, don't you cry. Mama's gonna check out all your girlfriends for you. Mama won't let anyone touch you get through. Mama's gonna wait up until you come in. Mama will always find out where you've been. Mama's gonna keep baby healthy and clean. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby, baby. Ooh, baby. You'll always be baby to me.
Thank you for letting me up, Bonnie.
And thank you for being here,
Enjoyed.
Chris. Yeah,
You're
have a
welcome.
good night. God bless you. Stay safe. Keep your eyes open. Love you. See you next time. Good night.
Blessings.